morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. I'm still waking up. Welcome, Chris. Welcome, Calficio. Let's talk briefly. I thought I'd be a little cheeky there. I'm playing the Castlevania Adventure Rebirth soundtrack when we're about to do an adventure scene. Oh, so I'm almost ready. There were some updates I made between last stream and today, and I just want to show them off a little bit and talk about some of the balancing that we're about to do, and then we're going to see if I feel it's too easy still, too hard, make a few adjustments, possibly at the end of the stream or just post-stream, and ship it out. So let's pop up something with a visual reference. Return of the patch notes. Yeah, so anything basically below this July 5th, I mean, I'm gonna have to probably update it. That's when I started the patch notes. I'll make this just August 6th. So I wanted to talk about something the chat was discussing last time. So we were trying to determine what our starting defense should be for the game. And I'm actually going to put it at 3. And here's my reasoning for it. I tested it after the stream at 7. So we were talking about before 5, 10, you know, seeing what is in there and figuring out the best way to do the defense. I'm going to be honest with you, even just 2 defense is enough to almost completely make the beginning castle a joke. So I put it at 3. So it's below 5. However, to compensate, instead of having 1 relic give me like 12 defense, which I think is too powerful, I think that's too much of a jump for anything. I don't want it to go up that much. So I actually gave Holy Symbol 4 defense. So I took, instead of 12 going to Rib of Vlad, I'm going to give Holy Symbol 4 defense. So therefore, Holy Symbol has a small purpose. So if you're playing literally vanilla, no randomizer, it should put you at literally, I think, the most powerful armor in the first castle. And that sounds about right. Right, like I was actually trying to go back and research, like, what is the average defense for an armor in there, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the highest defense you can get, I think, might be either, I think it's 6, and it's the male that's in Royal Chapel. Or, at worst, there's an armor, I think, above it in 8. I'm not sure if one of those random drops can occur lower than that. Like, maybe, I didn't look to see if enemy drops could get higher, for example. But just as a casual drop, I think the highest was 6 in first castle. So we're going to put it slightly above that. Other important armors that are very strong that I usually associate with actually being good are in the 12 to 15 region. So, for example, if for some reason you don't find Holy Symbol because you're doing the randomizer, or you skip it, then you're still guaranteed to be, like, 1 point weaker than, like, Mojo Mail, Brilliant Mail. So it's still really strong. It's just not in the top tier anymore. So I feel like that'll balance that out a little more. And obviously, if you get both, then you'll be one of the strongest armors of the game. I think it's fair. Actually, one of these changes was inspired because I was talking to Godchild, because we're talking about what we felt was the most useless Vlad relic, and I said it was the Eye of Vlad. Oh, no, I said it was the, excuse me, I said it was the Rib of Vlad. He said it was the Eye of Vlad. So that's why I figured all of these Vlad relics probably get a small bonus. And for honestly, things like Tooth of Vlad is mostly just because of how the damage calculations work, and the Ring of Vlad is literally just because of how calculations work. So I feel like those literally didn't go up in power. Like, it lists 10. It doesn't mean it stacks with its current actually, I should probably note that. So, like, these actually lost their functionality due to how the damage calculations are made. So I literally just restored them. So these two technically didn't get a change, but I feel like, especially with how much int is used in my damage calculations and strength is always useful, they're not going to get anything special. But one thing I decided to do was for Eye of Vlad, to make the damage numbers a little more interesting. I actually couldn't tell if sub-weapons can crit. I've used them so little, I honestly could not tell you if they can crit. I'm assuming they can't, because they're int-based. But then weirdly, spells that I summon can crit. I don't know. It's just kind of one of those things. So I decided to do our classic old 1 in 8 chat. So if you get Eye of Vlad, 1 in 8 chance, because it's the luck Vlad relic, of doing 25% more damage. Not a huge amount. It's just kind of more of a, it's just another nod to the big bone. Big bone luck. I'm just trying to see if I missed anything in the notes. I could put something like known Axe Lord issues. That way, if people start writing to me, I'm literally just gonna tell them to take a look at that first. Yeah, I don't want any, like, again, the goal is, like, I don't want any relic to be useless. Like, Holy Symbol is still arguably skippable, even with this change. But at least there's, like, incentive to get it. Because you might get it if it's first castle, just because, especially with how the Axe Lord armor is set up, you are going to go a lot faster along the bottom than you are anywhere else. So that just gives you another room to speed boost in. And in adventure mode, it does have increased priority, because you do have to get that one relic that's underwater. And I think you also have to go underwater again in the second castle. So it at least still has a niche use, I guess. But if you decide to get it in something like a normal randomizer, you're not just like immediate. You'll at least think about it based off of where you are. Like if it's really early, if you get like literally like starting relic Holy Symbol, it's probably really good. But obviously, by second castle, it's not as strong, but it could still be useful. For leading to Outer Wall Warp. Only accessible by holding up. So I'm just gonna write this. I don't know what the fix is for this. If I discover a fix, I will update this patch. And you will see this go away. I'm gonna say reverse all rocks. Skeleton Dancer hallway. Can't type today. I'm really not awake. My fingers are like not anywhere near their normal positions for typing. There we go. So I'm just gonna put those two issues there because I don't plan on fixing them before the release. I have taken a look at those and I'm like, I don't even know where I would begin with the Outer Wall Warp. I literally don't even know where to begin with this one. And this one is just more annoying because, as I said before, they do every spike room differently, and it could take me like another 10 minutes to fix or like another 4 hours. It really just depends on if there is something universal between them. I don't think if there's anything else in here. Basic functionality, save warp, crouching, load rooms despawn, sealed door prediction, cavern bat, blind bat, miss gates, thin corridors. No. Alright, I'm just gonna put a small note here. People probably won't read it. But yeah, don't hold R1 when you go through a miss gate. So if you go to play it later, Calvicium, don't do that. Just hold L1. The reason I have to do this is because I don't have like a straightforward fix. So if you were allowed to have full flight, which R1 is the flight button, it would technically let you just free roam through every wall in the game, and I don't want that. Well, every wall that is near the mist gate, that is. So L1 is just the only button you have to hit. I think that's the only thing that's like, I would have loved to have fixed it, but due to how the fix is made, I don't know if there is a solution to this. Brilliant Mail, Mystic Pendant Effect, Axe Armor. I could add in Heart Bruise before I do the run, or whatever it's called. I honestly don't remember. Hope the install is easy. Have you installed Mayhem before? Oh my gosh, I forgot where it was. Oh, okay. Can you do it and just update later? You could play around with it just to see how easy it is. It's just drag and dropping it into a folder. I think there are install instructions in the Discord still. It's just in the link. So if you could get that one just up and running, you could at least look at the menus, but you'll have to just drop the new folder in directly. If you do have an existing version, I'm just gonna let you know you have to delete tool config, which is something you have to do as part of it. I think it's also mentioned in the install instructions, but just in case. What was that thing? Art, not refresh. Oh, it is broach. Okay, so I'm gonna make a really small change. The heart broach actually does something. It's one of those things where it's like such a small change for me, and it just quality of life. Sorry, 1 second, chat. I'm just copying some code real quick. Love that I have, like, see, I always have trouble remembering the names of the things that I'm working on, which I do have to kind of clean that up so that there's a better system for it, but I love that I just remember the word cloth axe. Now I can find it every time. It's just like the weirdest things stick with me, I don't know why. If you have this, it would be value. I'll set a flag real quick. So I think what I'm going to do is the heart broach would actually make it easier to test. So what I'm doing for now with the sub-weapons is I'm saying as long as you have hearts, you can use the sub-weapon. And if you have the stopwatch, it'll use the stopwatch instead. However, as an experiment, and I'm probably going to leave it there in the final version, when you stopwatch, I'm actually going to make sure that... Sorry, distracted by a stupid thing that fell off the laptop, like a piece of plastic. Weird. But anyway, what I was saying is that when you use the stopwatch, what I'm planning to do, and as an experiment, I wanted to see if it was possible to have multiple types of sub-weapons out at once. The answer is yes. So even with the approach that I used, it's possible, for example, to have the axe out while anything else is happening. So I actually included a floating/hovering axe whenever you do the stopwatch. I figured it was different enough, it was worth experimenting on. We'll see how the chat feels about it once we get to the demo. I'm gonna do one more. It would be Boolean, reduce cost. Oh, I do like this one a lot. What is this, Aquarius? Every version of Aquarius ever? Darn right. Anyway, so I'm just gonna do one quick thing. So I think Heartbrosh cuts it in half, right? That is normal functionality. My brain is thinking about it. Also, I just realized... I'm glad I looked up the equipment list, because it's definitely misspelled in the equipment list. By the way. Halves heart consumption. Dropped by Dodo Bird. That's why I don't know what this item does. I don't feel bad. Oh, they misspell it in the Japanese version? Oh, never mind then. Well... Yeah, normally it's supposed to be like Brooch, like B-R-O-O-C-H, but they spelled it B-R-O-A-C-H. That's why I have to be really careful when I reference items by name. they spell it wrong sometimes, chat. I'm like, so I'm actually gonna leave the price at 4 because I do feel like the axes are actually pretty strong. I was testing them out a little bit, and due to how I improved them, I think leaving the original cost makes sense. But essentially what I'm looking to do is that I feel like the regular axe was too slow, and I feel like chat would probably agree with me. Like, even if I pumped the damage up, it wasn't really all that great. So, instead of just having 2 axes out at once, I sped it up so that you're allowed to have 3 axes. So it's already a little faster. You can do other things with it. The external tools are the same as in the randomizer. I'm gonna parse that question. Oh, you mean for Mayhem compared to what you guys use for speedrunning? Yeah, you guys use Chaos, I think. Because the SotN API tools is Chaos. So if you already... Oh yeah, actually I should have prefaced with that. Since you already speedrun, don't overwrite what you have already. Just make another folder and make a copy of this Hulk. Because Chaos and Mayhem don't go together well. Yeah, they're gonna mess up if you do that. I wasn't thinking about it because Chaos is still not separated from the speedrun tools. Yeah. They have their own cheat files, and it's not gonna play happy with it. They also share... I could rename my configuration list at some point, so there's less conflicts, maybe. Not a terrible idea. I'm gonna put that in the notes. But I'm not gonna do it for this patch, because there's not enough time for that. Hey Grenade, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, so if you accidentally put it in the same folder, just clear the folder and then just re-download whatever the Chaos one is again. It should be fine. Okay, so then 20, 10, blah, 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 blah. Okay. No, I'm already done. I just added the functionality in for the sub-weapons. I might change my approach to that later, but I'm not gonna worry about it. I just want to keep going. Oh, you're waiting? Okay. Yeah, if you make another file, it's fine. Or folder, I mean. Where were we in the notes? We talked about Vlad relics. I just added part. Apparently it's brooch. An A. I'm gonna put SP here, honestly. Fun. So, haven't changed the consumables you can use. I honestly don't feel like they're really needed. Mystic Pendant works. Second Castle no longer increases MP rate. Standing still for 3 seconds without attacks doubles MP regen rate. I feel like this is all here. I just cleaned up some of the notes for momentum. So I slightly decrease, or well, depends on how you view it. I made you slow down faster whenever you're hit by an enemy and you're speed boosting. Not to the fact that it goes to 0, but it does reduce it more noticeably. So you don't just get like full hallway clear level tosses. It's still pretty big, but I felt like that was probably a little too strong. And then to kind of compensate the overall acceleration changes, I also allow you to tap R1 or hold R1 if you have that to basically reduce how much you lose the momentum in the air. So I feel like this adds like another skill-based approach to it. For now, I'm just listing L1 and R1 lose no speed over time. So that's about as fair as I'm gonna be. So people go like, oh, I didn't know this. Now you just point them to the patch notes. I'm like, I wrote it here. Even say in midair. Actually, it doesn't matter. You can do this on the ground. It doesn't matter, actually. It's just that when you do it on the ground, you have to repeatedly chain it. So I guess technically, you could just face plant over and over if you don't mind burning a bazillion MP. It's way more costly than the aerial version, which I'm okay with if you do it that way. I'm not going to remove that. I'm trying to think if these numbers are accurate. I think these are accurate. This is accurate. I don't remember this one offhand. I think it is. Oh, this is air. Oh, this is not the fall speed. I was gonna say that there's no way that's correct. Also, I think these should have a 0. Yeah, that looks right to me now. I don't think there's really anything else to say that we didn't cover in a previous video. Also slightly lower the volume. Unfortunately, I couldn't figure out how to increase his ground speed. I think eventually, when you get, like, one of the wolf relics, I want your walk speed to be very, very slightly increased. Not like a huge amount, but it's kind of like a nod to... Oh, you know, it shouldn't be on wolf relic, I'm sorry. It should be on gravity boots. Kind of like an homage to the Dreamcast running shoes. I feel like that kind of makes sense. So it'll be a very, very tiny speed, but hey, gravity jump is already your best vertical option, and having your walk speed slightly increased for when you can't leap could save a few seconds in the run, maybe as high as like a minute, depending on how much you walk. We'll take that. Fireball, oh, that looks accurate. The damage scaling for the triangle. That looks accurate. I included a section for the sub-weapons, so it costs us 4 or 20. Also, I didn't really think about that, but you know what? I'll leave that in for the people that love the 420 number. 10 plus int base damage. Oh, no. Base. Yeah, just putting that fact that you could crit here. You can see like all the ways you can get damage. Not like a huge number. I still feel like sub-weapons should be weaker than spells. Because I feel like with spells, you're actually giving up your ability to move fast, as well as your ability to dodge. Do you have a lot more risk with it compared to those sub-weapons? And I think that's about it. Oh, I found one more bug, actually. I just wanted to make note of that. Apparently, for like 5 patches now, Cubazoe didn't do anything. So, my bad. Nobody reported it, and I didn't test it again until today. Like, literally at like 5 in the morning, I tested it, and I'm like, oh, I wanted to check Cubazoe because... Or did I miss that? Oh, I did miss talking about that. I'm sorry, I skipped right over it. So there's a new change. So I'm saying for Cubazoe and Heart of Vlad, I'm gonna enable a slow heart regen. Because I feel like it is interesting that you can kind of pile up hearts for specific battles, and I want to leave that in there for a majority of the run. But honestly, like, there is no real incentive to do it second castle unless you somehow did not pick up 20 hearts for 1 stopwatch usage. Like, that's literally it. Like, otherwise you literally have no reason to use the sub-weapons. So I decided to put a very small heart regen rate. I might slow it down based off of what we see today, or keep it the same. And their regen rate stacks. Not the fact that it doubles in the same rate, but it ticks more often. I think that's it. I think that covers all of our changes. But let's just give it a quick test before we jump into an adventure seed, and we'll need a seed name for adventure. Also, I think I forgot to say hello to Alec. Good morning, Alec. I'm still waking up myself. I'm like 5% awake, chat. I was up way too late testing. Let's boot it up. Pause the music. Also, I love that song we're listening to, by the way, Chad. Are you aware of what... I'll even play it a little more, just so you can hear it. Do you know what Castlevania game this is from? You're gonna roll your eyes when I tell you. It's so stupid. So this really amazing version of Aquarius that was playing, that's from their pachinko machine, chat. just like, what a waste. I think chat can agree. What a waste. But one moment, chat, I realized I left my controller in a different room. Okay, chat, I'm back. Boot up the game, let the controller wake up. Yeah, I decided not to test in my streaming setup, because I find it more comfortable to code in different rooms, so... There's one thing down. Okay, let's jump into the game. Do a quick test. The Metal Gear 3 redone scenes for Pachinko by Konami. I know what you're talking about. Unfortunately. Okay, just making sure. I don't want to start with Cubazoe. That's important for people that play some of the other mods of SotN, because it assumes you have it, because they rebalance the sub-weapons. I should have checked to make sure that was there. So I'm just double-checking something. We're gonna build up some speed. It felt pretty fair. One thing I want to see here... You notice it chucks a lot faster. For now, I'm leaving the damage type as hit. Because honestly, I think that's also a big problem with the weapons in the game in general. And we'll see how I feel later on. I'll probably slightly update their damage types. In fact, I'm probably going to make one of them at least dark or something like that. Or maybe it'll upgrade over time to this. But, yeah, there's kind of like way too much damage overlap. So there's no real reason to use a lot of the sub-weapons over each other, because they're almost all holy. It's kind of dumb. I don't really like that as an approach. So I actually don't give this holy. Alright, was that doing 6 damage? Are they like hyper resistant to it? Push some more. Oh, wait a minute. Does the axe handle have a hitbox? It does. Oh well. I'm not gonna change that. We'll call that skill-based issue. Yeah, like, if I hit him in the head, it should do a lot of damage. That's like a little weaker than the melee move, but it also has range. I'm okay with it. One other thing I wanted to test was like at the start of the match. So just to show you, we were talking about giving a small glide ability. That's as long as it lasts. I didn't want it to be broken, but it is useful because it allows you to do some more advanced movement tech. Let's use this org as an example. Oh, I did it too early. Oh well, I was trying to show, but you could kind of stall it a little bit in the air. But it requires some timing. It's very tight. Oh yeah, look how much the Warg is doing now, by the way. We'll die to Warg real quick. I was damage boost. I wanted to see if he could damage boost through the screen. So yeah, the Warg is a lot riskier. This is like literally showing that I have the 3 defense there. Yeah, I could override that handle to do another damage type potentially. Yeah, like you saw how much horizontal distance I got just by hovering there. And you saw the hover was not very long, so you can make some big gaps. So that should, for example, clear the gap in Coliseum really easily. Where you have to normally make a jump without needing flight. Yeah, you can see, you can chuck them pretty quickly. So I think even though they don't do a ton of damage, nothing stops you from attacking during this. You're feeling really brave. You do stuff like this. So it'll probably require a different kind of input if you want to optimize damage, but if you're just looking to fight, for example, bosses that would probably benefit from this, bees, Legion / Grand Falloon, Dracula. Dracula's so big, it's kind of hard to miss him. Not recommended in the shaft fight. I learned the hard way, those axes deflect off his orbs. So I feel like he actually has some built-in protection against the buff, which is fine. Let me show one other thing. Oh, actually that would have been the perfect opportunity to show that. You can see, like, with just the glide, I'm able to go pretty far. Who knows, maybe you'll find another use for it. I'm gonna practice it in different rooms. But I want to showcase something, and I want to do it when I'm not at the bottom of the floor. So, the stopwatch doesn't quite follow you accurately, but it is what it is. So there's a flea armor in the upper left-hand corner. What I could do is I could summon this. Oh, he didn't jump high enough. I was hoping. What indeed? You can have that as like your anti-air. You just kind of bonk into him. This could end up being useful for Legion or just killing really annoying enemies as you're flying. Like, let's say you're going through Clock Tower, you now have something that kills harpies on demand. It also means, for example, if you face plant, you actually have a hitbox. So I figured this would be very interesting. It doesn't do as much damage as the other axe. I literally half the damage. I definitely intend for you to use that with faceplant. Like, if you're in a room like this, you could just get through that. Yeah, unfortunately, it follows a little weirdly. It also doesn't like to follow you into different rooms, but fun. We'll call that a reasonable drawback. Yeah, I just have aerial protection if I needed to, or if I need to jump into something, it's just kind of there. Oh, the axe left early that time. That was a good thing. Bonk. Otherwise, it just behaves like the stopwatch. Yeah, I also double-checked. You shouldn't just be able to hold the button down and accidentally burn your hearts. I'm gonna hold the button down. We're gonna watch. Also, you'll see my heart regen rate is very slow, but it is there. So that was me holding the button. That was the earliest you could retime stop. I'm not sure if that gap is too much, but we'll see. Oh, the axe was falling early there. That was interesting. Huh. Okay. Let me delay the axe fall slightly before we begin. Not a huge amount, but just a teeny tiny bit. Say like 45. Also, I might raise where the axe is relative to you. Just a tiny, tiny bit. Yeah, we'll raise it like 5 pixels. Probably good enough. And I guess we're ready to do the adventure seed. Yeah, Flea Rider grind pad, exactly. So hey, if you just want to anti-air them, it's useful. Also, one thing I want to state, show it, because we'll see it in the main run at some point, but it's easier to demonstrate here. So if you're moving really quickly, you move about as fast as the axe does. Potentially, depending on where you press it. So if you do that, I feel like the axe also kind of covers the above you. So I kind of view this circle button as like the anti-air button. It's not bad when I view it like that. See how, like, depending on where you press it, it covers directly above you. There's potentially some skill involved. You could use that to kind of... You can't really preempt it if you want it to go ahead of you, but you kind of do it as late as you can in the dash, and you might be able to hit something above you. So, for example, if you're coming towards a stone rose, you might be able to do that. You stop the momentum right in front, the axe should kill. So we'll see. We'll experiment with it. But I think we're good to go. I didn't notice, like, any bugs. Like, you see I could just hold the axe button here. You don't see it glitching out. So I gave these reserve slots. I don't know if they'll have any impact in the game, because I didn't do, like, that strong of a testing, like, per room to see what it does. But I feel like, overall, I don't really notice a gap or a weird delay in them. Like, they fire pretty quickly. So if people want to go and float in the air, for example, like, it is possible. So that'll help a bit with Grand Balloon, because I feel like that boss can take forever comparatively. So the axe will definitely have a good purpose, and it can still be combined with other things. This is before, like you can definitely just burn all your resources if you want to. Trying to test out the armor, but how do I start with the axe? So it's, I don't think there's an option to start with it in the previous patch. It'll be on the front menu, though, once this patch goes in there. There's a command once you launch, I think what's called the Chaos button. That one is in there, and it allows you to just summon it on you, because that's how I was testing it before. But it doesn't handle like the current one does. I mean, I could briefly show you where it'll be. 1 second. Oh, I closed. Not gonna see it. Let me launch one time and I'll just show on screen, but I gotta screen capture it. Castlevania must be open to use. And one second, chat. Just gonna blow this up nice and big so you don't have to spin. So this will be the menu that you see when you launch. If you click on what... I have to rename it. I'm terrible at graphic design, so I've been holding off on this forever. But if you click on the Chaos tab, you'll see below in the Mayhem settings, all you have to do is just make sure that the permanent axe armor is on and the boost axe armor. You could put permanent axe armor on and then remove boost armor, but then the game is unplayable. So it kind of is what it is. I'm surprised it shows this here. It's not like a bug. There is something here. It's just disabled, but it didn't like hide the checkbox. Whatever. Originally, I had open entrance. This is what this is. I want to leave a placeholder for it for me for sure, but I'll probably have to hide it a bit differently. So yeah, you would just check this and then hit save, and then that's it. And as soon as you hit save, it'll update any save file. Yeah, you don't have the permit yet. It'll apply immediately. Anything that is just here when you hit save should apply immediately, I think, with the exception of the starting relics. You don't need to run anything else in Mayhem. You don't have to look at anything else in Mayhem. It should just work. I'm gonna go ahead and hide that. So chat, you have an important job. I think you know what the job is. The seed name, chat. Let's get the run started, see how we feel about it. So yeah, so the ward can potentially damage you quite a bit then. Yeah, the only thing you have to do, just remember, there's a tool config.ini file in the one of the folders. Just delete it when you port in the new code and just do the same process. Or else it's gonna say like, oh, I can't find this cheat, or update.something is not able to continue. It just means your cheat file is not up to date. Also, I guess delete your cheat file. I guess it wouldn't hurt. In the folder called cheats. I guess if I leave my cheat file in there, it also doesn't really matter. Yeah. I'll think about it. Yeah, chat. Seed name. It's time. Yeah, that was just a quick exchange. We went through everything. Yeah, just delete and re-download, and that's it. It's cleaner. If it didn't require so many cheat updates, you would be able to use the internal one, but it just requires so much. It's just easier just to delete it, honestly. I would not get too attached to whatever settings you put. So also in this patch, there's not going to be an update for the new seed types, because I have been 100% focused on Axe Lord armor. Maybe after the stream and after the patch, I'll put in functionality for like Lycanthrope, for example. But I literally have never played those before, and I haven't even looked at them at all. So it's going to take me a few days if I'm going to do it. Dunis for the seed name. We're going Suiken into apparently. Sure. So this run we're gonna pause a few times. I'm just looking for visual issues, or if I'm really not happy with the final balance for at least the beta, I'm gonna pause and do that. Well, I started with really solid equipment, so I don't think we're gonna have any trouble getting through work. Yeah, normally Warg would do, what is it, like 12 to 15 damage? Because I think he does literally 16-ish for attack, maybe 18. So having a 15 armor at the start means you're like literally immortal to him. So we'll see like what happens when we don't have godlike equipment. Challenge back into the run. And it has been generated. Oh, it says Dunis, not Dunin. Oops. Well, actually, I typoed it too, so it's fine. It's Dunis. Oh, the game is still open. Why isn't it letting me delete it? Fine. We'll leave it as Dunis. And like Dunis, question how we spelled that. I need to clean up these randomizer seeds. These are eating a lot of memory. Hold on. Like the 14th one we did. Whatever, I'll do it later. I don't think I'll have any issues with streaming. Just in the future, probably need to get rid of it. Okay, so move the seed in. I think we're good to go. Don't know how much I need these other things, but I guess I can open them. Okay. What I'll also do, just to make sure we're getting a clean start, I'm going to delete my existing cheats. I feel like that's fair. So just to make sure that the cheat backup file can generate the cheat file for new players. One last test as part of that. And let's boot everything up. I'm going to disable all the starting stuff, or I'm going to have like Richter with 255 hearts, which I don't really want. Saved. Let's launch it. Hey Try, hope you're doing well. We're about to start an Adventure Seed, which I've never played before, so I'm sure this will go very slowly. Hopefully that works. Pop them up before you need to go to family barbecue. Good luck with the Adventure Seed. Thank you. I will probably need it. Because I'm going to be very... Wait, that says guarded OG. Oops. Autopilot. Autopilot, chat. Fail. Delete. Redo. Well, I guess I can rename it to Dunin. I guess I could fix it there. I mean, I want to play guarded OG. Don't get me wrong. It'd be much easier for me. But no. I promised adventure. Let's do adventure. We'll call this Dunin. There we go. Okay. Oh man, we would have, by the way, we would have had Herald Shield, Chakram, Dragon Helm, Holy Mail, Joseph's Cloak, and Talisman. Not a bad start, group. Best helmet in the game. Free shield is always nice. Oh no, how long does Adventure take to generate? I hope Adventure is not a super slow seed to generate, or I'm gonna feel really sad. Try this again. Casual OG takes me like 5 seconds, not even. And this is already much slower. I guess because it changes more, maybe? I don't know. I don't think it's higher complexity. Or I guess it could be higher complexity than casual or guarded OG. I take that back. Listen to some Aquarius while we wait. Okay, I'm never playing an Adventure Seed again if it takes this long to generate. I don't have patience for it. I'm still waiting. Oh, this is horrendous. I'm like, all I want to do is test, and I'm like, man, this is not how I want to waste time. Yeah, if I thought this was going to be like a 5-minute thing, I would have started it earlier. Because missions. I don't have any issues loading like safe and casual. They're done in like under a minute. But we're going on over a minute at this point. Brutal. Anyway, what to talk about while we're waiting? I guess I can open up my patch notes. We have, let's see, the armor nerfs are in here. We got things like damage tweaks, nothing too crazy. I think we covered most of the main points. I guess I'll just reiterate that only a select few items are currently consumable. I think in the future, I'm gonna make food items just immediately heal you as well. I don't feel like coding you throwing the food and picking it up. That just feels like so much effort for like no reward. In fact, it just makes it arbitrarily harder. It's like, I don't know. That's way too much coding for me. In fact, all the food items might generically just give you the same amount of healing too. Because honestly, a lot of the food heal values in this game are just garbage anyway. Like, no one is really going to stop there in a normal gameplay and heal for 10 health on a food when potion heals 50. High potion heals 100, elixir full heals. The only exception to that rule maybe are things that are on the super high end, like sirloin healing 100. I think like I'll write the exceptions to the rule. I might just say generically if they're less than 50, it heals 50. They're the same as a potion. The only thing I would even consider making throw food randomly would be summoning meal ticket. See if it's like a simple code for it. I think that would be the only exception to the rule. So other than that, we included basically every change that we talked about in the last session. So we slightly increased the base acceleration of the character, and the max acceleration when you get Soul of Wolf is much higher. The speed is raised, I think, by another 20,000 potential. With Power of Wolf, we're just 10,000 with skill, or no, or another 10,000 with generic default starting speed. So it should still go slightly faster. I don't think this really stops me from being on any particular platform with those changes, but it does just make it a bit easier to move around. It's still generating, chat. I just want you to know, we've been waiting for at least 3 minutes now, or it feels like 3 minutes. Never again, chat. Never playing the seed type again. It's like, I can't tell if the site is working or if it is just honestly that slow to generate. Like, the last time I saw something take this long, it's when it was going for, like, complexity 10 or something like that. On a custom seed. That one took forever to do. That's where I learned I'm not going to 10 anymore in custom seeds. And then I stopped using custom seeds. Yes, I mean, if I can't generate the seed, I can't play adventure, and that's not my fault. It's very tempting to open it in another browser, and they could just race each other. Very tempting, Chad. You have no idea. So we'll go back to Let's Chat, since this is gonna take more than a couple minutes, I guess. Anything we can touch or update while we're waiting for this thing to go? mostly fine with how this is, honestly. I even made sure to talk about the holy damage type change for Fireball. Probably okay. I guess we'll talk about where I plan to go with some of the sub-weapons in the future, since we're waiting. Instead of Bible summoning Bible, I'm thinking of having quad rotating axes. So you see how, like, I'm kind of doing it as a template for the stopwatch? I want to have, like, literally axe in the cardinal directions. That way you get to do whatever you want with them. So it's more powerful than stopwatch in some regards. So on really tall enemies, I'm not sure if that means you can multi-hit them or not. I'm assuming they iframe through it. But it keeps you safe while falling, which might be useful. That's where I'm going to have to update a script to kind of make sure it follows your character X and Y coordinates versus the screen X and Y coordinates. Dagger, I think, will be pretty similar to the current axe, except it throws it in a straight line. I think the only thing stopping me from implementing that right now is I'm not sure how to set the speed properly. But otherwise, it would just be like you throw an axe, but it's horizontal. It's like really simple, very straightforward. It'll have less of a delay than the axe. So right now you can throw 3 axes at once. I want you to be able to get technically up to 4 daggers on screen at once. I think that's the goal. So it'll let you out DPS the axe in a straight line, but you lose all the utility from being able to do that in the air, unless you're already lined up with the enemy. Or if you can't go in the air, then the other axe is better, for example. One thing I really don't know what I'm going to do with, and these kind of fall in the same category, would be the Holy Water and the Ashes. I don't know what would be, like, the axe equivalent of it. That wouldn't just be like the other ones. I could have a script that literally manually rotates the axes. Could probably do that. Just thinking about it. Yeah, because if I always have 4 axes for the Bible, that would be easy enough to do. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to get the Holy Water the way it would be kind of entertaining. Like, I could literally summon a Holy Water with it, and then the axe just hovers around it or something weird, but when you stack hitboxes, it doesn't literally stack the damage. So I'm not too sure about those two. Ricochet Stone, I have an idea of how to do it, but I have no idea how to code it. I would want it to bounce off of some things, but it would require probably a palette swap. Instead of the really thin dot used for the hitbox, I can make this gigantic axe, and it'll use the same trail as the Ricochet Stone. That is more of a coding question versus a high-level what it should do question. Cross will be very simple. It's just going to throw it forward to a certain degree and then backwards. The downside to it is that unless I replace the graphic, it has to be based off the screen position versus it existing in the universe. Yeah, Holy Water is pretty tricky. Aguni is just simple. It's just going to be Lightning Axe. That's all it's going to be. It's going to be very similar to Dagger, but it's going to be Lightning. Am I forgetting any sub-weapons? Dot, question mark. Oh my gosh, it just finished. Wow, chat, that was not a short time. That was like 8 minutes. Yeah, I'm not generating another one of those seeds. I was like, oh my gosh. What horrible thing was it trying to generate? Oh, well, I wanted to see what it would be like to have bad equipment, but apparently it just gave me Alucard Shield, Vorpal Blade, Leather Hat, Dracula Tunic, Elven Cloak. Okay, whatever. Whatever, I guess. Yeah, that took way too long, chat, for sure. I don't recall if I missed a sub-weapon there. People could correct me if I forgot one, because we talked about dagger, axe, ricochet stone, cross, ashes. We already did stopwatch, aguni. I feel like there's 8, but I don't remember. Or am I just thinking of empty? Because technically that is a slot in the game. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I forgot to mention rebound stone / ricochet rock. Well, we talked about the one verbally. I just yeah, that should include all of them. So let's go ahead and fix the seed and start it up. Yeah, that took way too long. Like, normally for me, guarded OG, Calvicium is less than 10 seconds. Like, if you want to know why I was, like, starting to get upset, it was like, yeah, that was really, really, really slow compared to the other one. So I would have been able to generate over 25 guarded OG in that time. For sure. Not an exaggeration. It literally barely goes through, like, 2 loading animations and it's done. This one was, like, just taking forever. Anyway, let's not get hung up on it. We'll move on. So I've now updated it. I guess we'll get started. We'll see. Let's jump into the game. Yeah, I don't know what the movement is like in this. I've seen people play it maybe twice total, so it's not that I've never seen it before. I have never played it before, I don't think. If I did, it was like literally once. It was literally once, and I barely remember it if I did it. It would have been when we were doing Chaos, because I'm pretty sure I never did this with Mayhem. I'm pretty sure about that. I've done custom seeds like Adventure. I don't know if I used literally Adventure. I'm gonna call it, I don't want to name it after somebody in case I don't like the seed, then people will feel bad. Oh, we're, Black Cloth Richter. Nice. Nice to see some variety, chat. We were getting, like, alternate blue Richter. Are you kidding me right now? What's going on? You have to do it, like, really slow? Why does that not work? So, oh, SotN, how slow do you need me to do this? Oh, that's gonna kill me. I'm tilted again from the aerial gravity jumps. It requires you to do it so slow. I'm like, come on, I play fighting games. I'm used to doing those things really quickly. I did not misinput that. Although now I have too many crosses. I'm already tilted. In fact, I'm gonna restart. I'm so tilted by the not aerial gravity boots. We're just resetting. I hate that, chat. I'm like, I did not input that incorrectly. It's down, up, jump. And I did not hit jump prior to up, so I'm like, how slow do you need me to hit this input? Try this again. There's a check-in adventure that needs you to cross a path as well first, then that. Is the game gonna be fine detecting that? We're probably gonna delete the wall. We're gonna have a fun little journey of delete the wall. Seriously? Like, how? Why? Calvicium, is there a trick to getting the aerial one? Like, I don't have any issues with the ground one. Like, that's very consistent for me. But it's the air one, it doesn't want it registered. Do you have to do it, like, before you start to fall? Like, what is the trick to it? Like, I just want to know if it's, like, a when I do the input thing versus speed. Because that's the only thing I can think of that I might be doing wrong. up and jump at the same time, nothing else. Interesting. I'm so tilted from that still. I'm telling you, chat. It really bothers me. I'm like, I'm not inputting this wrong. I'm gonna just practice it right at the beginning. Yeah, it better not be something like refresh rates are not synced up, because I've had that happen before. And it will just eat the input even if I do it. I'm not doing anything different. What? Wait, why is it now not working? What? Something like... Oh. Oh, that's awkward. Okay, I think I understand. Okay, I'm gonna change how I do the input slightly. Getting desync between movement and sound. Are you watching on Twitch Mobile? I've had that happen all the time. The visual desync, so I have to like refresh it. I think I have corrected what the issue is. It's how I press the jump right after the up button. It doesn't like me doing it the way I was doing, so it's like I'm just gonna adjust the SotN. Yeah, if you're watching in mobile, just pause and refresh. We spawned close to me, that's kind of annoying. It's because I soft reset. It's because I soft reset. So annoying, chat. I hate this. Reset. Oh, it just crashed. That was interesting. That's certainly a refresh. Try again. Yeah, that's one thing I also really don't like about SotN is like the Dracula spawn is random when you do like the PlayStation reset versus the core reboot. I find that very annoying, especially if I get tilted on the first one, because then it just tilts me more that I do it right, and then I don't get rewarded because I didn't do the reboot core. Like, man, so annoying. Should be good now, though. So yeah, we're gonna probably delete the wall in Adventure at some point. So if I don't need it to progress, I'm not gonna go to it, but we'll probably do it at the end of the seed. Oh, we're alternate blue Richter. I was just complaining about this Richter, actually. I might remove this one. Oh, man, that is annoying. So I'm both doing it. I'm still doing it too fast. It really wants you to go slow there. Just wanted to practice that again. What the heck did I just do there? I flipped.
Die, monster.
I don't know. I guess Richter has a flip I've never used before. What? What? Why is he spawning close to me? I'm gonna have to delete some files or something.
No, it cannot be.
I mean, like, I can still do it if he spawns where he's not supposed to. Like, my timing on it is fine. Like, that part of the Dracula fight I'm okay with now. Like, even though he was just way too close. It's like, whatever. It could keep my cross. I can't pick it up because his stupid hitbox is there. Not much I could do about that. Oh, I actually spawned in as X armor properly this time. Interesting. You know what? He defies all physics. We'll take that. My defense is 18. Yeah, this is still probably too high. Ooh, clean. Almost enough momentum. I was curious about that. I think it's much faster just to skip that check, because honestly, it really doesn't matter. I tried doing the little boost there, it doesn't work. Wow. Look how fast that was, chat. Hope you appreciated that. That was pretty fast. Oops, we'll do something like this. There we go. Oh, not quite. Yeah, I think the glide makes you go downwards. Do I want to fix that before the patch? Do I at least want you to go neutral with momentum? Think about it. Okay, well, let's see what our starting relic is, and then from there we'll ascertain where to go. Speaking of which, I decided to do a core reboot. Okay. At least the map seems to be working. My starting relic is nothing, really? Wow. Now, what are the odds? Is that literally like 2 in 30? Like that is some bad luck for sure. I cannot believe that. Oh, I used glide there to fix my momentum. That was interesting. Also, did it just... Why is it eating my jump? Controller, are you actually giving me an issue right now? Please don't eat my jump. Please don't eat my jump. Game.
Whoa, this looks
Hold on, I'm unplugging this. It's not me. I think it's actually the controller. Please stop. It's like dropping my jump input for some reason, and it shouldn't do that. Yeah, there we go. See, that time it wanted to cooperate. Also, I think I needed to go right here. We do take some damage from spikes, so I checked that out. I don't need to wait for the elevator at all, because our jump is too tall. Another pentagram, ew. Okay, damage boost is still pretty strong. Believe it or not, that is nerfed damage boost. Still think movement like this is probably the fastest with him. Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking. You could probably momentum to the side. Okay, that does work. I'm just not familiar with checks, so I'm assuming nothing I could grab here. But technically I do have some axes I could use, because I have 15 hearts right now. So I could ration them. I have 3 uses of axe. So if I really mess up a boss, I guess that could be useful. I'm gonna save, because I feel like we're having some weird things happen. Hopefully the plugging the controller back in has fixed it. I mean, chat saw it. It literally just didn't let me jump to the next room. Very weird. I think I'm missing checks for adventure. I don't think I am. I don't think I am, Kalbishim. I already got the one that was at the cannon. That's what you mean. I mean, I could go to the one behind Slogar Gaibon, but I'm about to do it here anyway. Speaking of which... Oh, that actually killed him. Oh, that's convenient. Calvicio, I'm letting you know I'm very much aware of the dots. It's fine. I've gotten the one that's behind the elevator already. I can't get Alchemy Lab, though I'm pretty sure I got all the checks. But I'll go go back in here. I just don't know where some of those are, so like I will probably miss it from like a routing standpoint. Oh, you're saying there's dots that aren't here that should be here? Like, could you give an example? Are you sure it's not something that was done in the latest tracker? I just want to be very clear, because this to me looks correct, because I have more checks than normal. So, I don't want you to confuse me with the new tracker. If the new tracker does something different, like, I already got the one at the elevator. That's where that, I don't know what to call it. It's like one to the right, one down from, Alchemy Lab check, ceiling. I'm pretty sure we have not missed anything. In the middle of elevator should be a check. I'll go check it, I guess. Actually, I can't check it, it's too late. Unless I go up the top. Yeah. I don't want to reset it, but it's like, I do need it to pick up the seat. Maybe because it doesn't recognize the seat type I'm in. Because I didn't start the tracker until late. It'd be very annoying if that's true. Let's see, let's go this way. I'm gonna try exiting to the main menu while the tracker is still active to see if that fixes the issue. Let me save. I have to say I'm less and less of a fan of Adventure already. If it has issues with tracker, that's very annoying. I do have equipment on already though. I've already done that. Like on my custom seed locations equipment, this is what it shows me. So I just want to make sure. I don't ever remember seeing the dots when I played. So I'm gonna close it. We're gonna soft reset to the menu. I'm gonna go in. I don't know enough about the latest speedrun if he changed how the dots work. Like now it recognizes I'm in Adventure. I don't know if this will make a difference. If it does, it's very unfortunate, I will state. Yeah, I think I'm convinced I'm not playing this again. I'm also not going to ever play Expedition again. Yeah, okay, so there are more checks. Wait, what's that other green dot? What? Okay, interesting. Yeah, okay, we're not playing that again for sure. I have to go the long way around. Oh, there's so many more checks than I realized. Ew. I guess because I played like a custom seed and it said like equipment, I thought that also meant Adventure. Ugh. I don't know, chat. I feel like this might test my patience too much. I'm already tilted for sure at looking at this map. Yeah, I didn't go up here. This was not marked on the map. Hopefully. I don't think I missed anything else, because I was going to go back to the elevator. Hello, Yantos. Hope you're doing well. Cooking a burger. Nice. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna play Expedition, to be honest, other than to load up a seed and test it. I have no interest in it. I also don't really want to play Nimble. I just don't think they're my playstyle at all. I'm not great at the executions, so something that's like so execution heavy is like a 0% interest for me. Hard pass for sure. I was gonna say, he can use this elevator, right? I have to think about this. I guess you should be able to. Dark armor. Go up here. Continue our little adventure. So we still have no relics. I mean, I guess that's to be expected because there's so many checks. But kind of disappointing the starting relic location didn't even have like an item. At least the other things gave me like armor. We'll take that. Oh, too far. There's, yeah, I was gonna say, there's only one relic here. Check here. We'll take the damage boost. Nothing. Wasn't sure if a ring would be there. I don't know, like, what the great visual tell is for that. Like, I could tell when there's a relic there. I guess you have to be, like, right here to see it. I'm trying to remember this for next time. I have to line up with this. That way I don't have to go all the way around. Give me a few seconds. Oops. I meant to jump there. Yeah, we'll probably have to disable the wall. And if we get stuck there, it's fine. This isn't meant to be like a completed seed. It's just like a means of checking out things that I don't normally need to do in a seed while also just getting a feel for the movement. I think I almost had it right there. I think I just turned too slowly there. Close. Yeah, that's what I was saying, because I could see the platform while I'm still up there. I had the right idea there. That actually did work. Interesting. Yeah, so okay, one thing I wanted to show. So if you build up enough speed, normally if you jump and hit another direction, it cancels it. But if you glide, you can actually redirect. Okay, that does work how I thought it did. So I don't think I'm awake enough to do the execution, but you never know. If you want to make little gaps like that, you could still do it. But more importantly, you now have the ability to turn around really quick in the air. That was one of the things I was working on. It like kind of worked before, but not really. Oh, I actually wanted to damage boost through that. That's fine. Oh, have more jumps. Oh well. Yeah, it's interesting because it technically doesn't do anything with your airspeed. So it's just kind of like another thing you could do. So is that library card? I should probably check this out. Does Axe Armor holding still do this? I know you could do this with Alucard, where you can hold a direction. I'm just not sure. Oh, it does work. Good. It said silver ring. Oh, ew, it's randomized items. Oh, gross. Oh, I don't like that. I forgot that was a thing. Hey, at least I could use the elevator. That is really gonna confuse me. I'm like, I already struggle enough with items. I'll take the life max. Full damage boost. Slid to the other side of the room, nice. What would be my most damaging option here? I think it'd just be normal fireball. I still had momentum. I'm glad he doesn't dodge those spells, by the way. Poor Doppel. Listen, chat, I don't have to legit fight him if I don't want to. Word card, whatever. Oh, there's no item there. Can I use the stone element? I don't think I have anything set up for stone. Technically the kicks do stone, I think, but it doesn't petrify. Doppel. There's like something else that has to happen for that to work. Probably, you know what? I'm gonna wait before I come in here. I might get something useful. I was looking at the density check, but then I'm like, I can't access most of those still. I think one of them's like at the after Archdemon, so I think I still will go there comparatively. I'm gonna test one thing again. I could kind of redirect with the face plant. It's just awkward. Yeah, see that? You can have some really funky movement with the glide. It'll be interesting to see what people do with that. So if you're really fast, you should just be able to redirect it. So you could do something like this and keep the momentum going. Whether it's worth doing or not is another question, but it's technically doable. I missed my last hit. Secret door. What? I'll probably have to come back here eventually. So no Jewel of Open, no Flight, real Silver Ring. At least I have sellables, I guess, for library in case something useful is there. I think it was worth making that check. To open to get to that, yeah, you have to hold up, but then you have to hit left or right. Activate the door. I had the right idea, I just didn't hold jump high enough. I think you could redirect from down there with all your momentum. Leap stone, okay. And this makes it easier to do the super leaps. There we go. Oh, that yeah, I had just enough momentum to make that. Yeah, glide is really useful for that, I will say. Glide was a lot of fun there. I'm just checking to see if the shopkeeper has anything. In case it is missed, it would save me a trip. It's unlikely to be missed, but I guess we'll find out.
I'm interested in this.
Not a lot of cash.
I'm interested in this.
Alright, so he's got nothing in here. I don't think I won anything, but just for the sake of curiosity. Oh, he's got a cheap Medusa shield.
Thank you.
Useless Varda. Nice to see. I don't think I care about any other item in the shop. I don't think I'm gonna come back here.
Farewell for now.
I got my true bonus of double Medusa Shield. That's my jump. Try that again. Interesting. I mean, I'm gonna leave that in there. Apparently, if you hold glide and jump, as soon as glide fails, it'll resume your jump. I think I'm okay with. Ooh, what a great hallway there. Oh, there is the spot under Librarian. I wasn't thinking about that one. For some reason, I thought it was the Archdemon room, which is a check. We'll go up here. Hopefully, I don't want to see this from the other one. If it's nothing under the Librarian, I'm okay with it. We'll get it on the way out. Also, chat, not gonna lie, I wasn't sure if you could push this. That answers that question at least. So far, no Cuba Zoe, so I have to be a little careful what I use here. I missed the axe. I think that would have killed if I landed it. So yeah, the glide does help a little bit with this fight if I'm weak. I don't feel it's like super overpowered. Lets me just do double hits that he could do anyway. Seeing rooms you never knew about? Well, at some point, Chris, you're more than welcome to play it. Just play through his axe armor, just get really confused the whole time. Looks like we got nothing here. So I think it's the urn there would have dropped a relic. I know generally speaking, the philosophy of adventure is that generally speaking, wherever a relic is, there shouldn't be another relic check, and I think that's one of the only exceptions, if I'm not wrong. Hello, Reen. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, since I messed up the momentum, I just took the safe strat out of there. Hopefully you're doing well today. Also, hello, Kirk. Hope you're also doing well today. Bit of a rough start, but I think we're getting a hang of it now. Yeah, let's get that momentum going. Sort of works. I gotta get used to it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you could just glide through all those stairs. Which is a lot faster than just trying to walk. I can reach this. Oh, I can. Haha, nice. I don't need gravity boots. We'll call that Axe Lord armor privilege. Yeah, that glide makes this so much more convenient. Yeah, because I can make those jumps. Nice. Because your aerial momentum is kind of mediocre. Oh, everything else there is all rocks. Is it worth going to keep over all rocks? Because I have, like, literally no checks to make. I don't know what you would do in this scenario, because I didn't get Leapstone until here. I could go up, but then, like, I can't... I would end up in Royal Chapel, and if I don't have Jewel of Open, I'm in trouble. But I would have to get Jewel of Open, right? But it could grant it in all rocks. Okay, I don't think... Okay, I'm gonna make a judgment call. I'm gonna say it's not worth going to keep first. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I feel like if I go the other way, because I have Leapstone, I could do some out-of-logic checks with Axe Armor. So I'm not having a completely dead return back to the other areas. Like, for example, I can get the Sloker Gaibon check in Alchemy Lab. That's 2 out-of-logic checks, which could be useful. Yeah. Salvation agrees. But sorry to hear you're not doing well, Reen. Hopefully things improve for you. Yeah, because this character, essentially just treat it right now as like, I don't quite have gravity boots, but I can make almost every other check. I remember fixing the visual for that room. So we're gonna go and make some checks that the game doesn't think we can make, but don't let the game know I can totally make them. We'll call that the Axe Lord Armor privilege yet again. Yeah, like, look at that jump height. I'm definitely making this Alchemy Lab check. There we go, and Glide lets me get over this spike easier. Oh, I love that improvement, chat. What a great change. There we go. How are Suikoden and Senkoku Basara treating me? We're kind of in a weird place with Suikoden 2. I think we're past the low point of the game. Senkoku's fine, but I'm pausing it to do some tests here with SotN. So I got Heart of Lads. You might notice my heart count is gonna very slowly go up, which is actually useful because now I can use my sub-weapons. I'm eventually gonna cap. If you think the rate is still too fast, chat, just let me know. But I tried to slow it way down. I got bonked. I don't know if it would have been faster to do elevator there or not. I don't know. I was just thinking about it. I don't normally play adventure, since I don't normally have elevator unlocked. I need to go to this room, which I should be able to reach. Yeah, had I not been holding... Actually, curiosity. Hold on. Experimentation time. I know this is not optimal, but I'm curious. If I just build momentum for a little bit, if I do a little happy dance... Oh, I didn't hold glide fast enough. I think that might have worked. I need to know for science, like, how close it is. Now I'm gonna do... No, it still kills it. Okay. Oh, can I not make that with the changes? Interesting. Okay, so I can't make that check then. Thought I could. I guess I nerfed it recently. I'm just checking one more time. Okay, I guess I nerfed it. I know originally we could, but then I guess we were talking about physics before. Okay, so one less check than I would have had. It's fine. I'd rather know now than, like, assume something and be wrong later. Yeah, so I can potentially use my axes. Which I think people that play the game for the first time won't realize they can actually use sub-weapons. But that's kind of a... I can't help it kind of issue. Like, it is what it is. Oh, I killed my momentum with that jump. That was a mistake. Other question. Okay, I definitely can't make that now. Good, good, good. Okay, so I could get one out of logic check. Okay. Not worth nerfing the jump for that. If they really want it, they could go do it. I had the right idea, but not quite the right height. Well, there's our Jewel of Open. Okay, now I could go to Catacombs, which opens up a lot of checks. But we're gonna go check All Rocks and maybe Chapel, since I'm here. I don't know what those other checks are that it says I can't check them, so I guess we'll learn. Oh, maybe those are the All Rocks room checks. That makes sense. But what I should do, before I go too much further, let's make sure we get the warp. Because I might need to come back here as soon as I get flight. I still think that damage boost is the best strategy through that room. So that's proof. I looked at the warp. See how much damage our sub-weapons do at the moment. Decent amount. Oh, you can hit him multiple times on the rise? Oh, that is actually sick. I don't know if I'll nerf that. That was kind of sick. So I guess the falling axe hits less. Interesting. Definitely on the rise, it hit like 2 and 3 more times than it normally would. We're gonna make a couple checks over here. I think there's one below the boss. That's a Vlad relic. I might as well go for it. Yeah, that could end up speeding up the Grand Falloon for sure, quite a bit. Because that was kind of the intent to have like something that would cover me vertically. Because I think we talked about it in a different session. But that damage boost was actually kind of costly. Look at that, chat. The defense nerf actually did something. I have to think about it briefly. Oh, regular wolf? Oh, I want that. I guess I should get a save point before I try Royal Chapel, then we'll come back. Or will we come back? Maybe I'll just do these checks and leave. So yeah, I do feel like the defense nerf actually made a difference there. It did force me to heal, because I was being a bit reckless. So, I think mission accomplished. I think you could still basically always get 2 shields, as per the run. It kind of is what it is. How dare that guy snipe me at the edge of the screen? That was so rude. Trying to damage boost through this. This is fun. Wait, what? Oh, there's another. I misunderstood where that room was. I thought it was this one. So it's not here, but it's where... Actually, where is that? What's on the other side? It's on the other side, that's right. Let's get out of here. Get that. Damage boost. Oh, I am almost dead. Pudding, that wasn't worth it. Wait, can I just make this with like the right jump? So close. Hello, Mateus. Hope you're doing well. Poor giant skeleton. Okay. I'm learning adventure for the first time. And we're seeing if there's any rooms that look broken as we go through. So we know there's one point of concern already. It's going to be the Soul of Wolf and the Soul of Bat rooms. But I think we can delete it. We just have to find it. Because what I can do is we'll make a save state, and I'll just look at what changes when I walk through the rocky area. I should probably just kill the boss since we're here. I meant to damage boost there. There we go. Try that again. Ooh, an elixir. Okay. That'll make my life easier in the future. Ooh, delete it, chat. Okay, that is much easier with the sub-weapon. We'll just face plant on him, chat. Very disrespectful. Okay, so that fight was infinitely faster. They got deleted for sure. Why did we do so much damage, by the way? I'm just curious. I have 45 int. Oh, 10 from the relic, 10 from... Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. So wait, why does that one work correctly? Oh no, I just got 30. Never mind. I got 35 just from that. Okay. Because I got 10 from the axe armor for sure. I was thinking I had the ring on, and then I'm like, no, I really don't have the ring. Okay, so we fixed the visual bug that's here. Excellent. Yeah, it's just our int is really high. I think it's because... I don't know. I don't know what made it... Oh, free stats. We'll try that. Because we get 10 from the armor, and that should have put me at 35. Did I just roll, like, really godlike on the stats or something? I must have, because even my strength is decent. I'll have to check that later. Forgot to jump there, chat. Right idea, bad execution. Hopefully you're doing well, Mateus. We are zooming along, as you can see, as I try to remember where item checks are. This is just... I was gonna say elixir, but I'm like, it could be anything. Okay, there's a relic check up here. Joseph's cloak? Sure, we'll get tankier. Why not? Ring of Arcana. Division's there. Also, the glide makes this check a lot easier, so I do appreciate that. Yeah, there we go. Oh, hitting it is so annoying though, as X armor. Hold on. There we go. I figured it out, chat. We're good. Not a single one of those was useful, huh? Oh, we got one more check at least. Another elixir. Okay, so no jewel. Well, we do have Jewel of Open, so I could go back this way, but I think... Do I just do keep and just come back just to do those checks? I don't know what the play would be here, because I'm not really near... I mean, I could go back to the first warp. I don't know. Adventure routing is confusing me. Because there are 5 checks above. There's more underground. The density is pretty good below ground, so maybe it's better to just warp out. Come back later. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'm gonna bank on me getting flayed at some point. Oh, hold on. I didn't see that relic until just then. It must have marked it on the map before I was visible there. It's pretty close, Mateus. You could do a couple things that are out of logic. For example, the alchemy lab with leap zone, it's possible to do with just that. And spike breaker is pretty easy to get. I mostly just need gravity boots. I could do another out of sequence spike breaker. But looks like I don't know what the fastest route would be here. I don't know. I don't feel happy with either choice that I make. I guess I could go this way to see if there's any visual bugs. Because I almost never go down this hallway. So for the sake of exploring bugs, I think this is the right call. Okay, I can phase through the door. That's good. Thank you, Jewel of Open. I disagree. My graphic was out there. That should have hit him. Oh, Axe Lord armor. You still have some jank. Gotta work on that. That's vanilla jank, by the way, chat. I have not touched his hitbox on the weapon yet. I might. He does still have some trouble descending. Descending is not his strong suit when I have to do stuff like that. A little awkward. Speaking of awkward. There we go. So I guess I'm glad I unlocked this warp. Go to Aura. I don't know if it would have been faster. Honestly, don't know. But I still wanted to check that door out, so I don't have a regret there. I'm gonna go from all routes down the clock room to Succubus, maybe. Love the red doors aren't there. I know, it's amazing. They just get deleted. Like, they're there for a moment, and boom, deleted. So yeah, we're experimenting with the momentum system in the game, and I feel like with the latest change, it's pretty solid. I don't know why I left here. I knew I took this door. Silly me, chat. Yeah, it didn't even exit the right way. I'm like not awake. So we're experimenting with momentum boosting and the new mini glide before you get that. Yeah, so like that let me jump him without getting hit. And the mini glide lets me get over him. So I do think that offers enough to not have to damage boost through everything. Oop, too fast. Gotta build momentum again. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna go to the right here. The clock pendulums are working, so that visual bug is fixed, as a reminder. Those were teleporting away at one point. Why do I feel like I'm not building momentum? Weird. I mean, now I am, but I feel like earlier I wasn't. I guess if you're just so used to going fast, you just kind of ignore it. Oh, there was a momentum jump. I did that one properly. Up on the switch, which is also visible. I love him doing the little tappy feet. Because his sprite is kind of like in an awkward position. Where is that check? Oh, I remember. I guess I could do that check first. See, these are the questions I have to ask myself when exploring a new seed type. Like, I think I might be able to reach out of logic succubus, maybe. It's gonna be really tight. No, I don't have enough of a glide. I take that back. I can't do it with this. Because I could go, like... Actually, I did that, and I just saw that. Maybe I can do out of logic succubus. Hold on, chat. Let's experiment. All you need is leap stone. Welcome back, Yantos. Can you stop and go on each jump? Oh, you can. It's just a counter that it absorbs. So I could do like a tap there, a tap there, a tap there. But then it runs out. I think that's worth exploring, but I think I'm going to take this item first. Unless it's bad, then I'll ignore it. I'll just come back to it. There was another check over here. Is it just this one? Okay. We'll find out together, chat. Do another sequence break with the character. I missed my jump. I hit jump and then glide, but I didn't wait for the jump to come out. So I canceled it and glide. I mean, getting over here is easy enough. Like, I think you could do it, I just bonked. It's like so close. Oh well. I think if you were to practice it with glide, I think you could do it. I hit the ceiling too early. I should have let myself fall more. So I think that one is doable, but it's very tight. It's like just doing it here, it's like you just gotta, like how Ate was saying, you just gotta delay the glide to not burn it all at once. Even just letting yourself fall on purpose is good. I think it's doable. It just requires a little practice, I think. Basilla's still a check. I don't have Merman. Although I could check the thing at the bottom of the lake, but I don't have Holy Symbol, so I'm hoping it doesn't actually assume it wants me to do that. Another shield if I want it. I honestly don't want it. Nice little momentum jump there. This should make Scylla easier. Yeah. That's pretty useful. Poor Scylla chat. She sort of stood a chance, and then she didn't. You got Echo Bat? Nice, I got another projectile. That also improved my sub-weapon damage. I'm just thinking, I could nerf the sub-weapon damage slightly to account for the fact that I already add plus 10 from axe armor. I don't think a 10 damage nerf would be too big. I think chat would probably agree. With how fast that axe killed, reducing it by 10 is probably okay. It's all part of the balance patching. Before we release it. The fireball does a lot of damage because we picked up Echo. And, like, that makes sense to me, but sub-weapon's probably a little too strong. For how fast you can fire it. Form of Mist. I don't think I can make that. Wait, no, wait, no. I said we can't do it, and I'm like, wait a minute, we're not playing Alucard, we're playing Axe Lord armor. Let's have fun, chat. Nope. Alright, chat, here it goes. We're going in with no relics, but we have Kicky Feet. I'm gonna believe in Kicky Feet. Carry me, Kicky Feet. Get me through this. Just make me immune. Make me immune. Take a little damage here. It's fine. Oh, this is so OP. I don't have to fight anything. I love you, Kicky Feet. Oh, you're the best. You never let me down, Kicky Feet. I mean, I still have to take a little bit of damage here. Oh, got sniped. That was annoying. Oh, we don't even take damage while waiting here? Oh, I'm gonna wait it out then. Oh, we're waiting it out, chat. Going back to full MP. Okay, we don't need Holy Symbol. We can skip Holy Symbol. Because normally this would do too much damage. I think it would do, like... I want to say 180, maybe more. It does a lot of damage, so it's best not to underestimate it. However, we do have Kicky Feet. Kicky Feet godlike. Oh, there we go. We're doing the Kicky Feet. Look at him. Throw the tantrum. Well, I'm almost out of MP. It's like, maybe try a little bit. So it's not super. You have to take damage there, so it's not guaranteed. But yeah. Fortunately, that miss check only opens up library, right? I think so. Yeah, I think that's it. But no plate yet. Also, I should try momentum boosting here, because this should be kind of fun. Yeah, like it kind of like land there if I want to. As you can see, your normal vertical, or not vertical, your horizontal momentum while jumping is quite terrible. The intent is that you kind of use the glide button to get through. I was scared I didn't do the momentum correctly there, and I didn't believe. Yeah, that's way doable with glide. Switch toggled, nice. Here's a question I should have asked myself before getting to this point. Is it possible... That item real quick. To make it back if I fall down the waterfall? The worst thing that happens is I just do another grand tour and I get one more chance at Succubus, which I kind of also want to test. I mean, as long as I can make these jumps, I think I can actually come... Well, no, that one's too tough. Not for that one. If there was a ledge right there, I think it would have been doable. Okay. Oh, no checks behind the waterfall? Interesting. I killed her with ice damage? That feels inappropriate. Ooh, excuse me. It's gonna take me to a place, chat. So far, no Cubazoe, but because we have the Hearted Vlad early, I can anti-air these bats. So just showing Mateus, this is the axe throw speed. It's pretty fast. So I don't want to hear that this weapon is useless, but we are probably gonna nerf it by 10. In fact, I might even subtract 10 from the damage total. It's kind of ridiculous. I'll think about it. But at minimum, it's not getting the base 10 for sure. And we'll very gradually regen hearts due to our setup. Thank you, Heart of Vlad. Make sub-weapons viable early. I don't even have a sub-weapon yet. I can still do stuff like this. Oh, I missed. I got outplayed, chat. Wait, what? Oh, are they not hittable until a certain state? I didn't think about that. So, I have to go the long way back, but it's okay. I guess since I'm going back, I just check library. Because the moment I get flight, I'm not going to go from the upper right to somewhere. I'm going to go from all rocks, or to all rocks, then do maybe silver ring. So I have everything I could do to do out of logic silver ring. I don't need flight. I have kicky feet. It is tempting. So we're going to acknowledge right now that I should be able to do silver ring, because I have enough MP, I think, to make it. I could nerf how much kicky feet costs. I might do it. I mean, it was draining a decent amount. It's just that I overcharged my MP. So who knows? Maybe we'll remove MP overcharge. Maybe it'll just be like 1.5 times instead of double. Think about it. There's ways to balance it for sure. I think it's important to reward the players that don't just like burn all their MP so they can use it in like bursts to make bosses easier. Or if you save a lot, you might notice it gets rid of my MP overcharge. So it punishes you for playing really safe, which I think is good. I think it should not reward you. For Jewel Sword check, you need Wolf Bat like in vanilla. That doesn't work currently, so we're gonna eventually get to that point and test it out. Everything else works, just not an adventure. So that's why we're going on an adventure to see what else needs to get fixed. Ideally, once we get those 2 relics, we're going to literally delete the wall. Because the wall should have an ID. I will do this check even though I don't think it's a great use of time, but I have to come back here anyway. To the library we go, chat. Brief cameo from Alucard again. Build our momentum. Oh, I cut my jump slightly short. That was the right idea. I timed it so poorly. Come on. Just build a lot of momentum here. It's fine. Okay, whoop. I'll take that. I'll take that. God, I not. Yeah, there we go. Even though I lost a lot of momentum there, I still had enough to make the jump quickly. He threw his attack right as I was about to jump. What a god. Anyway. I like that fireball cleaning up as I leave the room. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. Got him, chat. Yeah, I can't believe my int is so high. Me, this is kind of mind-blowing. So yeah, I'm probably gonna nerf the sub-weapon damage by 10. Oh yeah, there's this bug. I'm gonna make another save state while we're here. Let's call this save state 1. How game-breaking is it to see the book like that? I don't think you're normally supposed to see it. If I like remove these, does it flicker? Oh, it won't let me change it. One second, chat. I'm just looking at where it is. Because if I don't do it now, I'm never gonna do it. Second. Do search for this. So the address it's at is 07 EDAA. Corner sides first, something like that. showing me the addresses. Oh, because I put it in bytes. That's my fault. I understand what I did wrong now. You okay there, game? It does not like searching for bytes mid-play, which I guess is fair. Not that. Not that. RAM search. Let me change the number. Fine, I'm gonna close RAM search since it's giving me a fit. It's not the mod. It's not the mod on that one. It's RAM search. It's weird. It was like, I don't recognize the character you input. I'm like, let me delete it. And it's like, I don't recognize the character you input. I'm like, just let me delete it. I'm gonna move it down slightly. We'll say it's 07CDAA. So I think like CDAA might be good enough. Oh, you had vegan burgers, Anchos? Nice. I thought you were having regular hamburgers. So 1 second, chat. I'm gonna consult the notes. I'm gonna show you what I'm looking at in just a moment. Just gotta set this up. There it is. So we're gonna find the AI ID that I need. And we're gonna disable this. Let's see. The offset is 40. It looks like it starts at 07 5D. I'm gonna make note of that. So 07 CD56. Instead of counting this manually, we're just gonna use a calculator. 07CD56 is 511318. From there, we're gonna add 40. And that puts me at 513358, but more importantly, it puts me at OCD70. Okay, so let's go find that. This value, it's 25. I'm gonna list out multiples because I actually forget how to calculate the ID offhand. But I'm at least gonna write it down. Is it 1 bytes or 2 bytes for this? That's what I always forget. Might be all of these combined. E or D at the end. Okay. So I wrote it down for now.
This is the
First
Reaper's
log,
power.
library. 4. And more importantly, I'm gonna make a save state here so I could come back to this when we go to fix this before release. Make sure I actually hit the right button. And I'm gonna do log current room. See how it just moved it? I want it to look like that when I'm done with it. Anyway, let's continue without the RAM launch. Oh, screen broke. Oh, did I move the screen transition? Oops, I might need to leave. Log current room, you're too powerful. I deleted the background too, that's amazing. Uh oh, did I soft lock myself? I think I did. Okay, John. Go back to the beginning. We're never truly soft lock, chat, just so you're aware. Just listen, if I do something weird and it breaks the game, it's fine. Go back to the beginning. Nothing happened, chat. This is Mayhem. I have all the debug commands. Anyway, if for some reason you get stuck, by the way, Calvicium or Mateus, if you play it, when you go to launch and start the Mayhem up, there's a debug menu, and you can just use rewind or library to fix yourself. if for some reason you get stuck. I don't think you should get stuck if you play normally. I think it's pretty good in that regard. But obviously, if long current room is too powerful, then it will delete the other things. Oh, I almost got through hitless. So close. Yeah, that's just a little safety precaution. Rewind will put you basically at the last door you used, more or less. Yeah, see that? The book appeared. Anyway, let's go through the gate. I guess it also respawned items, which is unfortunate, but whatever. All that for Cubazoe. Oof. Well, at least I should get faster axe rate. Let's showcase that. It's still slow, but not like super slow. I think chat feels... So this is with the Heart of Aladdin Cubazoe stacked. That's your heart regen rate. Is that fair, chat? Do you feel that's fair? Again, the intent is that I want you to use the sub-weapons, especially if you're looking to test. So obviously we're gonna have to nerf the sub-weapon damage slightly. It is really good. I guess to account for it multi-hitting, I could do a fractional int or something. But we'll see. I don't want to over-nerf it. Let's see. Let's have a nice little speed boost here, chat. Yeah, like a big problem with that is I just feel like farming is kind of boring. But I feel like there are scenarios where if you get it really early, it's probably okay. So just not doing it would be kind of nice. Yeah, the axe can sometimes hit multiple times. Sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes you just miss. It depends on where on the arc you throw it. Yeah, right now we're one-shotting because we're pretty strong. I might reduce the base damage a bit, we'll see. Thinking so, because you know what? I think I already give myself 10 in with the armor. So I think I should probably do that now that I think about it. So anyway, let's go back to Catacombs. We'll try Succubus one more time. The sub-weapon's pretty strong, but you still need to be able to get hearts. We got the 2 relics that enable us to get hearts, so they're a more realistic option. I would love to show up the stopwatch if we ever find it. It feels like at this rate, we're not going to find it. I mean, technically, we might need it for adventure. Maybe. Icky V passed it. I love the slide momentum in the game, though. That's one of my favorite additions. Oh, I bonked. Yeah, so I think the air friction increase makes that room a little slower, I'm noticing. Not sure how I feel about that, because before you basically lost no speed while falling, and I've upped it a lot over the past couple updates. Okay, we'll go for Succubus. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I don't have the thing that extends the faceplant, because that also would let me potentially make it. Yeah, you could get wind momentum like that with the glide. I love that. Like re-angling myself midair. It's fun. Oh. That's right, we have Cubazoe now, so I could get other sub-weapons. Unfortunately, I don't have the other sub-weapons programmed. You just have Axe. Unless it's Stopwatch. I guess I should be making these checks, because I have no idea where sub-weapons are normally. Sure, we'll save and lose our bonus MP. It's fine. Okay, so what would the best way to do this be? I guess it's just hold it until you fall. Maybe something like this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I had the right idea. Nice, out of logic. You love to see it, chat. I'm looking for sub-weapons, if chat is curious. I honestly have no idea where they spawn. I've never paid attention in this game. Funny, don't care about that. Do I even care about any of these? I don't think I do. Honestly, Axe Armor is pretty self-sufficient. Like, it's good to get, like, rings and stuff like that, but I really don't think I need these. Alright, let's see how fast we murder Succubus with the new sub-weapons. Yeah, that's my concern. If I can't find stopwatch, I'm just cheating it. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I don't feel like checking literally every candle in the castle for one stopwatch. If we don't get it by, like, end of second castle, be like, nah. I missed it. It's fine. Oh, one hit off, I think. Yeah, literally one hit. So if I had timed that better, it would have killed. So she's still pretty fast. I think if you do it properly, she won't get an attack still. And obviously nerfing the damage by 10 will help her survive a little bit. Or if you just never pick up those relics, then not really an option. Yeah, she's still pretty easy. And with the new, like, mini glide where I can hold it there, it does make aiming the melee more realistic, and also the spells. It feels okay. Build up momentum in the long hallway. But yeah, I could fast fall now. There we go, I'm doing the fast fall. Oh, I do like that you could clip through the floor like that. That's kind of neat. Huh. I don't think I've ever tried doing that before. I need to remember that that's a thing. Okay. Well, I have now an additional use for the fast fall. Because right now it takes a while to duck, and that's much faster. Yeah, I respawned in this. Just ignore that. It's because of the rewind. Yeah, that's fine. I think what I'll do is I'll bump the initial cost up by 1. I think for the face plant. I think that should solve some issues. That way if I'm chaining it repeatedly, I definitely lose MP. There's Axe, but every weapon is Axe, so that doesn't really matter. Alright, so we skipped having to do the bridge because of the workaround for the switch. So fun fact, the Axe Armor can't actually push in the switch at all. So I just said, like, if you manage to get to the room, it just activates the switch for you. So no skeleton walking, chat. That is no longer in the game as Axe Lord Armor. We gotta go fast, chat. So I might have enough to do Spike Breaker, because I have enough health to tank, and I was given elixirs. So we might be able to do Out of Logic Spike Breaker as well. Yeah, Donkey, he still spawns, but he's just totally optional. Speaking of totally optional, say goodbye to this boss, by the way. Listen, when you know elemental weakness, that double damage is serious. The double damage is real. Get deleted. Still no demon card to make that check. Okay, we'll damage boost, I think, through this. I think this is faster. He's there, we're gonna turn around. In the very small chance I can't do this, I'll unlock the warp if I happen to get library card. Otherwise, I wouldn't go for this warp. Because I feel like just this adds more time to going through the different warps. So not super useful. Most of these items are ignorable. Especially since they're random too. I'm like, we already have one of the better cloaks in the game. And I have like okay accessories. And I'm wearing double shield already. So unless the double shield can have like 12 defense on a shield, it's not really going to be a big difference for us. Okay, chat, let's try to sequence break. So we have missed. I don't have invincibility to damage while going upwards, so that's where it's going to be a little tricky. However, chat, I do have one important thing, and it's called Elixir. I think we could just sequence break this completely. I need to do Elixir at a very specific part. It's not when I first enter. I have to get at least a little further in it. Yeah. I'm curious if I could do it without gravity boots. I'm I'm looking to test here. I don't know if I can, but we'll find out. So we picked up the Echo of Bat, so it automatically lights up this area. But like, it might be doable with like something like this. Oh, does bonking on the ceiling make you go downwards? I didn't know that. Also, what? Why was an elixir activating there? That's a bug. I have to look into that. Well, now I definitely can't see Cones Break if that is the case. Oh, that was so delayed. That was so delayed. Ooh. Yeah, I didn't realize that ceiling damage interacts with you differently. I didn't realize that. I guess it kind of makes sense. So, like, I could damage boost into the spike there, but it's not useful. Like, I could kicky feet through this. And I could go upwards to some extent. I was thinking, like, you would do something like this. But I don't have Elixir now, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, I think I'll try one more time. I'll just die here. Yeah, for some reason, Elixir wasn't triggering. I'm not really sure why that was. I don't know if it's having a weird interaction with the sub-weapon or something. Because I was planning to jump over it, and then I was like, okay, let me see if I can Elixir midway through. But yeah, with just one Elixir, you should be able to get through, at least to check it. And if it's something useful, you might be able to come back, because it's easier coming back than it is going there. I'm going to try that again. Down. I'll take a look at the code after that. Actually, make note of that. Elixir not working with sub-weapon, question mark. Let's try again. So I think the goal is, because I have Form of Mist, I do get a small vertical boost. You're wondering why I said, like, it might be doable. But, like, normally you can't hold up and faceplant, but you can now. You can see, like, I go up for just a little bit. So if you time it really well, it should, in theory, be doable. It's just, you have to get over the ceiling, I think is the hard part. You do something like this. Oh, I had too much momentum still. Let's try this again. Oh, I had the right idea and I let go. Oh, okay, yeah, it's doable. It's just really awkward. It's just awkward. Okay, what's the item that's actually over here? And that's only possible because I have Form of Mist. Survey says... Holy glasses, ew. Oh yeah, is there like a life max here? Because that would actually be super useful. I think that's actually worth looking for. Way back. Perish. Art max. Got excited for a second. Yeah, there we go, life max. You just gotta believe. Okay, that is so rewarding. Just skip that. I'm like, you know what? There's pretty decent odds it'll be something that'll let me skip it. Oh no, we lost cross. Whatever will we do? Alright, so I'm gonna hold still. So my MP rate is like, if I pause like that, kind of slow. But if we hold still for a bit, we're at 48. Yeah, so it is doubled. So it is working, it's just very subtle. So if you hold still for at least 3 seconds, your MP regen rate doubles. So we're just gonna sit here for a little bit. It's specifically so that if you're in scenarios like this, you're not waiting for like 20 years. So I thought of the racers on this one, Chad. It is faster, but not by a huge margin. I think this is probably good enough. Alright, so we're going to... We have to faceplant repeatedly here, so I think something like this. It's gonna take the faceplant. not enough of a jump. Ooh, barely enough MP. Okay, we're good. Okay, so you don't need gravity boots. Gravity boots just makes it very easy, but it is doable with just Form of Mist. So yeah, there's new ways to sequence break that. That's kind of nice. Gravity boots, it's ultra free because your jump can be invincible all the way to the top. I probably should have checked to see what was in these. Could be useful. Like neutron bombs, whatever. Oh, life max. Nice. The MP regen work while you wait for the clock room to open as well to check holy blesses? Yes. I think we enabled that during cutscenes. Originally it didn't, and then I'm like, oh, that feels really bad. Oh yeah, there's an item at the other save point. Well, that's fine. We're probably gonna have to walk out of here anyway. Forgot one check chat. Ooh, Force of Echo right before this boss. Oh, this boss is so dead, chat. But that just improved all of our damage, by the way. Chat is not aware. That made our sub-weapon even do more damage. How much is it doing right now, out of curiosity? 78, wow. Yeah, we're definitely nerfing it. So, just to explain to Mateus, he might have missed it earlier, but all the bat relics increase spell damage in addition to impacting the character. So, like, for example, Echo of Bat lights up that room to make it easier automatically, and it improves fireball damage, not fireball damage, it improves number of fireballs, and then for sub-weapons, it increases it, I think, by 5 damage. It's not like a huge amount. I tried scaling it with some sanity. But the fact that we got that makes it easy. Or we just get Ring of Vlad. Okay, well, I was gonna say, at least I don't scale it like when we get Ring of Vlad, and I didn't. I almost got to the word ring. He is gonna die so fast, chat. I'm so sorry. I thought he was gonna be more challenging, but no, not with this loadout. We got like almost literally everything to max out damage. So we have like second castle level damage right now with spells. So we're gonna kill everything. Also, what is going on? Controller, please. Alright, there we go. Just glide through him, it's fine. No grinder hat on this one. I don't have a stopwatch, Calvician. It's only when I have the stopwatch I can do that. Yeah, no watch. I mean, that would look pretty good. Yeah, he's gonna die. GG. Perish. Perish. Like, yeah, I kind of set up the ground fireball into the aerials. He got deleted. I mean, that's what happens when you get literally 3 relics that boost spell damage, so it should feel good. Definitely GG. Got ended. Just don't be library card or something stupid. Okay, we'll take nothing. I'd rather not have to like sit and look at the library card and feel bad. Oh, actually, maybe that's one thing I should do. Since I do an item check, maybe I'll make it select whether you use the item or the sub-weapon. And if you have a weapon held, it disables the button. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I haven't really thought about how to make sub-weapons more clean to implement. The chat enjoyed that little dodge through him. Yeah, we have so much defense from double shield, I can still kind of damage boost. And keep in mind, this is without the defense increase. Like, this is like, I only have 16 defense. So I don't know what to say, Calvicium. My defense is very minimal, but I'm still able to basically become immune to everything here. So I tried to make it more challenging. I mean, I guess I could literally remove all defense from the armor. That's the only thing left. Oh, just a heart max. And behind it, it's a resist thunder. But yeah, definitely 15 starting armor was too high. Fully agree. See, I was so scared that this character would melt, but I think because the defense from the armor is so high, and you only need like 40 defense to be immune to everything in second castle, is what it is. So what is that green check over there, by the way? What is that? I don't recognize where that is. like to the right and down, but it's beneath the fall. Yeah, chat, what is that like roughly in the middle of the screen? See the... Oh, it's under the water. Is it? Oh. Oh, you really do have to go down there? Ew, that's gross. Okay, well, whatever. I guess we'll go back. It shows you how little... I don't explore the game. I'm just like, I just go straight to the end. My brain didn't even comprehend that as, like, the pools of water. But I know what you're talking about now. So I'm gonna not use momentum here. There's a couple times in the game where I feel like momentum makes the game a little too difficult to navigate, and this is one of them. There's so many narrow jumps. That felt kind of good to dodge, I'm not gonna lie. That, I don't think it's worth preserving the momentum here. I'll just lose it. Bonk. We got a double crit on her? That's just not fair. Still can't do this one. One of those has to be the demon switch, though. That's why I was, like, a little confused. I mean, I guess I could check what's above, so I can understand where that is. Maybe that's what the purple is? Or maybe... No, it's the gray dot. I'm sorry, it's the gray dot. That makes sense. I guess purple is, like, you might be able to make it. Maybe that's the holy symbol check. Like, you need it to get there, technically. Air quotes, technically. Yeah, we'll slightly nerf the faceplant MP usage. Just slightly. I feel like it does consume a lot of MP to do. So it doesn't need to be, like, hugely nerfed. Out of curiosity. There's not even, like, any good items over there. That sucks. And now that we have missed... Make little jumps like that. Come on, we got a ton of health. Get out of here, frog. So it's like down here somewhere? How do we reach that, Calvisium? Is it just literally straight down? You get to the green dot, I mean. Or even the purple dot. Why I'm having trouble picturing where this is. I guess I'll drop down like here. Oh, it's in the merman. Oh, that makes more sense. Yeah, because I don't have the other check. Right, right. Oh, that's what that square is. Okay, I'm understanding. I just had to look at the map. I get it now. Yeah, I can make those checks then. I mean, I could just literally go underwater. It's fine if I need to for one of them. We might as well as, in case it's merman or something stupid or flight. If we already have missed, I don't need to worry about that. We'll go down here. Fall down here. Now that I know that that works to get through the platforms, I'm going to try to use that more often. The demon check is behind me. It says there's something visible here. There's just a health hub. Slightly too soon. There we go. This is actually good, because I could just use the slopes. I'm going to leave that for the way back. We'll do some damage boosting here, because this is faster. Nothing here. Is that the check? Kinda look like it. Isn't there another check? Like, not a check, but isn't there an item over here? Thought there was. We'll be fine on the way back. I have a lot of MP. Alright, so the gate is a little glitchy. Let's make another save here. Oh, the save state number 2. I could remove it. It'll probably really freak the game out, but we'll do it briefly. I didn't mean to move the life up to us, but I guess that works. So it's 07912. Flashes it very briefly. Because if nothing else, when I go to load the save states, I could just take another look at it. 172. Second log here. Gate or Merman. I mean, I could technically delete the gate. I think we had a conversation about this before. So technically, I could go to the right here. Technically. Anyway, we'll do it as I was intending to get back, so something like this. So actually, I think it's optimal to kind of stall out the iframes to just like walk for a little bit. I'm looking to conserve some MP. Something like this, I think, kind of optimize the iframes. And that's why I think I have to increase the base cost of that. It's very powerful. Though now I'm out of MP. I have to be a little careful. But we're fine, actually. So we really didn't find anything that really helps with flight still. We did get out of sequence holy glasses, so at some point it expects us to get Spike Breaker, right? For adventure? So we have to get flight at some point because that's mandatory for second castle. But we skip needing to go back for Spike Breaker. I could do out of sequence, what's it called? The, Silver Ring. I don't know if it's worth it, though. I'm looking at the upper left-hand side of the map and trying to determine what that is, that gray square. What did I miss that's there? Oh, the boss chamber. That's right, the boss chamber. So, yeah. Okay. So, I don't see anything here, so we're just gonna warp around again. Unless I just go from here to All Rocks. Maybe that's faster. No, I can't, because I don't have flight. I would have to go up the hallway. It would take forever. If I had gravity boots, I think that would have been faster, since I had to do those checks already. Need to remember to use the momentum system a bit more. There we go. A little better. Okay, so we'll just go back down to this warp. This will put me at library. And I guess I go to All Rocks, do reverse order keep? Question mark? Because there's 4 checks roughly in the middle. One of them is that stupid clock puzzle. And as I said before, I'm pretty sure I could do out of logic Silver Ring. So I'd rather do that there. Although that strands the All Rocks check. I don't think I have a great way to deal with that because I still haven't received flight. Unfortunate. I was gonna say, good luck to anybody racing this kind of complexity. It seems nightmarish. Still no demon card though. Speaking of which, oh, I was gonna say, where's our stopwatch? I think that's the one thing I like the idea of needing the stopwatch, but I don't like the idea of, like, there's not a guaranteed spot it could be. Like, it rotates through a list of areas. Like, I wish it was like there's always, like, 1 of 3 rooms in second castle, or, like, 1 of 4 rooms in first castle, for example. Something like that. Because otherwise, it's like, I have no idea where those candles will take us. Yeah, I don't think it's worth doing the normal order, because if I get flight from one of the 5 checks I'm about to do, it's worth doing that later. Okay. So we have Soul of Wolf, which improves our acceleration with the momentum. It should be slightly easier to attain max speed. Right now I'm already at max speed. Glide, help me there, thank you. I could damage boost that still. I really want to. Oh, I'm hitting with the handle of the axe. I guess that also kind of balances it out. Like, the handle does like no damage. There's some skill involved. I guess that's fair-ish. Yeah, I do think probably 10 base damage needs to be removed. Let's see where it goes from there. Yeah, I'll just go through this way. I was worried. I was looking to make that, actually. We attained an elixir, making this pretty free. Sure, we'll rewire Soul of Wolf, why not? So, this check should be automatic. Like, it says, like, I can't do it, but, you know. we don't have to respect the game's logic on this one. We could just straight up get this. The only thing I needed was Jewel of Open and regular Mist. I don't even need any kind of Spike Breaker or anything. No elixirs. I mean, I guess if you're really, really low level, you might need the elixirs. I should just be fine. Just base planning over and over. I was too slow. I deserve that. I knew it was there. Fine. We'll hug the wall properly this time. He spawned while I was falling. That sucked. Fine, we'll go this way since I can't make the other jump. A bit gross. Go through him this time. She got deleted. Anyway, chat. Spoilers. We're going through, chat. Like, you can see it is eating my MP. It's not that it doesn't cost anything, but I probably need to bump the initial price for sure. I love you, Overcharge MP. You're the best. Oh, nothing there. Brutal. Brutal. As I said before, it's probably best to do a couple steps. Yeah, we'll take some damage. That wasn't too bad. Nothing there, unfortunately. That's why I was saying it's probably worth coming over there, because it would have been out of logic, so it could have just been Spike Breaker or something, which would have helped us in the upcoming area, but it is what it is. I think that's where the item check is normally. We'll still check everything else there. Also, I'd like to apologize to Hippogriff in advance. Yeah, if you've been using it to do a lot of dodges prior to that, it's probably going to consume your MP. So what I might do is like slightly tweak how much things cost MP wise, or I might even remove the overboost to be like just 1.5 or something simple, because I do feel like I might be getting slightly too much MP with the overboost. Like, I feel like it's important as a mechanic, so that way, like, where I go long stretches without using it on purpose, I'm rewarded, but it is what it is. How dare you? Come back to here. Thank you. Stupid Hippogriff. Like, during this cutscene, I actually want to view. I should be regaining MP, right?
Impressive. You're very strong.
Yes, I am. Okay. We just ... her. Okay, so that includes when you go into the fight with Dracula, you should be regenning MP. I think it makes you stand still long enough that should activate the boosted MP as well. Kind of a nice touch. If you go like super crazy on the shaft fight, you should actually get an okay amount back. Oh, gross. Come on. Really? You put the demon card here? At least put it second castle. And I have to go back for that, chat. That's the worst part. That's gross. I was hoping to just ignore that check and come back later. Pretty good slicing, chat. Pretty good slicing. So, are there any other checks other than the one green check? Love if I can make that jump, by the way. Wait, hold on. Does this work? Oh, yeah, it works there too. Nice. Nice. Love to see it, chat. This is a relic check. Up here, I mean. Okay, Mana Prism. It's fine. So yeah, I think after the run, I'm gonna take like probably 20 minutes to look into the item usage. It's not like a game breaker. Yeah, I can't make that. Oh, there we go. The extra jump. Did you like that, chat? I glided into the base plan. Nothing's up here, right? Or is it? And it's just being glitchy. I think there should be a relic check. Oh, I just went through that. That was weird. Try that again. I think there should be a relic check here. Oh yeah, there is somewhere in this room. That's fun. Art match? Sure, we'll take that. I ran out of momentum. Fairy card, not worth it. No auto logic there, worth it. Rarity of Holy Glasses. So in theory, I wonder if it wanted us to go to Second Castle to get, not Flake, but to get Flake Breaker. It's like, what are the odds that this is gonna show up? Thinking pretty low, chat. I could go where that purple dot is, but I'm gonna wait until we have Flate. If that is where Flate is supposed to be, I'm gonna be so mad. Because I don't have anything that should normally let me get up there. Because I think that's where cave is, and you go through the ceiling. That's really fun. Like, if you look at the bottom left where that purple is. So, is the reason it's purple is that you can, like, dive kick it? Is that why it's marked as purple? Because I wouldn't even have considered that remotely in logic. That's true. I mean, now that I have, like, an extra boost, to get to places I probably shouldn't. So there's only 2 checks left I can do, and one of them requires stopwatch, so technically I can't do that still. Yeah, that sounds really not fun, especially since you can't dive kick as X armor. Curiosity. No, that doesn't work. You can only fall through these, right? Yeah, okay. Better than nothing, I guess. I definitely want to make sure I get the warp. I would not want to do the long walk of shame back here. So the only thing left is the clock puzzle, and I don't know what that other gray dot is. What is that gray dot? Above the library. I mean, the relic check is the relic check, but... I mean, it says I can't make it, but I'm pretty sure I can. So we'll check anyway. The Gears room. The gray dot all the way to the right? That doesn't sound right. The green dot I thought was the stupid clock puzzle. I deleted him, chat. He had no chance. I'm so sorry. He stood no chance. I mean, we're at 60. What are my chat? What are my stat rolls? Oh my gosh, our int is actually out of control. This is like the best int roll I have ever seen. Oops, all int apparently, chat, which is good. It's like the only thing we've gotten relics for. We haven't gotten any of the damaging ones for melee other than Swift. Ridiculous. You know what? Let's see what's over here. Let's humor ourselves. Is that another elixir? Oh my gosh. It really wants me to sequence break, chat. That's what that means. Okay. I guess I should check more of these. Wow, we're doing so much damage I can legit one-shot. That's crazy. Actually, I need to turn him off if I remember correctly. Oh, it should be under the bridge. Okay. Sure, so it'll be this one. I swear it skipped a sound effect, so it actually confused me, but I'm pretty sure it's more than twice there. No spike breaker, so I can't check that again. Fine. Okay, that's out of the way. Oh, that could actually hit the switch. I didn't think about that. Huh. Interesting. It like dipped right where I wanted to strike it. I'm not sure how I iframed through that. I'm not really gonna question that. I'm gonna call that SotN jank, chat. I don't know why both I didn't hit it and she didn't hit me. But we'll take that trade. Holy symbol. Well, now I have more defense, chat. Well, not the most useful, but I guess I'll take 4 extra defense. We're already there. I worked for it, chat. So we're almost back up to vanilla axe armor value. So we're getting, I think, 7 currently from the armor. It's pretty high. Yeah, that is faster, comparatively. I guess he has like a missing hurt box or something. I don't know what to say on that one. Other than shenanigans were happening. A heart refresh. I mean, that would actually be legit worth considering to use. I got a meal ticket from that? Are you serious? Gosh, not even a library card, chat. F-. Okay, is it possible to do this? No. If I had like a dive kick reset implemented, it would. So we have 1 check left. I guess I'll do it. I guess. I don't feel like doing the entrance check. What are the odds that I need that to beat the game? Feeling not super high. We haven't hit our, I'm assuming, complexity check yet. I'm assuming it's gonna involve that, given how deep this is. But then again, we still technically don't have flight. So is that demon card actually supposed to be flight? So I guess it's a 50-50 which one is flight, but it has to be flight. Right? Like, because how else would you get to the other one? So it has to be like gravity boots or power of mist. There's nothing else it could be. Pretty sure. So yeah, fast fall has another usage. I mean, it could be bad. Actually, you know what? You're right. I think it has to be bad, right? Because we picked up Echo, and that would have been how you would have gotten through Spike Breaker if that was in logic. That actually makes sense. Yeah, I'm leaning towards bad for sure. Oh, actually, it was in the right menu. I don't know where I was going. I mean, this makes my life easy. I mean, Bat has the best flight mechanic, which makes sense. It also lets us get our super boosted. Just keep in mind, chat, I haven't been able to do the super ridiculous auto flight because we've been missing Bat. But now that we're about to get Bat, I should be able to get some ridiculous momentum.
A switch. Why don't I press it and see?
So far, most of the game is behaving. It's it ran out of battery, so just work for a while. Sorry to hear that, Mateus. Hopefully it is easily able to be recharged or replacements. We found the Axelord Armor Sprite. Wait, what? Oh, unless it's Gold Ring to get that. Ew! Wait. No, wait. Something's broken. Did I miss an item check somewhere? That can't be it. Uh-oh. Because that's the only other thing it could have been. Right? Like, it could have been Gold Ring to go get to the clock tower to get that. But that should have been flight. Uh-oh. Did I miss an item check somewhere? Or you're right. Oh, gross. It could be the stopwatch, too. Oh, no way. That's disgusting. My flight is in stopwatch. I'm so disgusted right now, chat. That is gross. That shouldn't be allowed. I don't care if a Vlad relic is there or whatever, but my actual required flight is in stopwatch. They're out of their minds. I'm not doing that, chat. Yeah, I see why Expedition fixed it there, because that's so stupid. That makes so much sense if Expedition did that. Because I was just saying, like, if it was in, like, a set room or rooms, it would be a lot more tolerable. That's actually horrendous. I can't believe that. I can't believe that happened. Our flight is behind it. That has to be the worst relic position in the game. Because just think about it this way. I didn't get Cubazoe until I was, like, at the upper chambers, right? So I would have gone through, like, all of Catacombs. Then I would have just barely gotten it, and then I'd have to re-loop through the whole castle just to get flight. Because I wouldn't have been able to reach Richter. To even use the Holy Glasses. And then allegedly, I'd also not be able to get the Spike Breaker check. That is so gross. Yeah, we're never playing the C-type again. Unless I cheat every time. I don't feel like playing roulette for this. It's like, whatever, if it's a minor relic. Hold on, chat. You know it's coming. I'm not playing this legit. I would give up. If this is required for progression, I give up. So you know what, chat? We're gonna have a fun little journey. Where's it at? Okay. Nope, not quite. Like, chat, I'm not doing the seed. It's fine. Listen, I wanted to go places. I already said this was not gonna be a real seed. Where is it at? What's its number? Is it 6? Yeah, there we go. So anyway, let's pretend I walked through the castle for like 45 minutes, which whatever. So anyway, here's our floaty X. Merman, are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, this is heinous. Are you serious? This is the worst. Chat, this is the worst. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so tilted. I would have gone through the whole castle, and then it would make me go to Merman. Oh my god. If that is gold ring, I might rage quit the seed. I swear to god, chat, if that is a gold ring, I'm gonna get so mad. Because that's the only other thing it could be. If it's trying to pump complexity. Oh my gosh, that is so gross. No way. That is so garbage. Anyway, we're closing the other cheat list. That is actually trash booty garbage. Gross. Oh, I don't want to lose the stopwatch. Listen, I worked really hard to cheat that in. I'm not getting rid of it this soon. Oh my gosh. I see why people don't play Adventure. That right there, I'm like, I understand. No, we're keeping stopwatch. Listen. I might be able to use this on death at some point. It'd be kind of fun. Like, the fact that it could be anywhere is just so gross. So I still wouldn't have been able to check Succubus. Like, think about all the checks I wouldn't have had I not had Axe Lord armor. I wouldn't have been able to check Keep. I would have had to have checked Silver Ring again. I would have had to have checked Succubus. I'd have to check Entrance. Blech. Anyway, let's fast fall. This one's from the Calvician. Oh gosh, that is so nasty. What were they thinking? At least I have Holy Symbol now. Wrong way. Disgusting. Ah, get me off his boat. There we go. I promise we're faster than him, but unfortunately I got stuck on him for a little bit. Doesn't mean I've used something like this. Oh yeah, I don't have blade, so I can't do that. I think you might be able to skim the water like your wing smashing. Yeah, that is way faster than taking the boat. And it's a very different approach to how you would normally do it with that. So I do like that there's a lot of differences in rooms where you would normally wing smash a lot. I'll take the heart max since we're here. Now that sub-weapons are worth it, having 8 stopwatches. Oh my gosh! Get out of here! No! Get out of here! No! 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 I'm not doing that! No! No. No. Get out of here. No, I'm not doing that without a library card. No thank you. No thank you, chat. I'm not going all the way back through there, because I don't have flight. Remember that, chat. I don't have flight. I would have to go all the way down to the mine shaft, and then warp all the way over. I'm not doing that. No. Mateus can't hear anything? It's horrible. Somebody just tell him it was garbage. Tell him where my flight is. Oh my gosh. What absolute trash. Also, I noticed the notification still displayed there. I have to see why it did that. I thought it disabled that. Let me write that down. Disable notification for library. Oh no, because I manually used it. Never mind, that was working. It's working. No, tell them why it's garbage. Tell them I had to go to get flight. I had to get Cuba Zoe, then I had to get stopwatch, then it gave me Merman statue, then Merman statue gave me gold ring, and gold ring finally gives me flight. What garbage. Terrible, terrible. Never playing the C-type again. I don't know what monster created this, but they know what they did. Why can I not use the elevator? There we go. Oh my gosh. That was literally the highest possible complexity I think it could have been. That's so bad. Well, I guess everything in Second Castle is a complexity check. Oh my gosh. Actually nasty. Oh my gosh. So that means I would have had to have looped through catacombs like 5 times over. That's so nasty. I can't believe that. Thank you, Chris, for writing it out. But it's just so gross. I library warped. I'm like, no, I'm not making that like 150 room journey there again. No thank you. With warps too. So 2 warps instead of needing to go through 3 warps. Yeah, that's pretty bad. So unbelievable. Where's it at? Thank you, Calvisham, for writing it out. But it's just gross. Actually, wait, no, it was worse than that because I had to get demon card too, didn't I? To get a silver ring. Oh, and I need demon for silver. Oh my gosh, that's so horrendous. It's even worse. I guess, right? Because I had to get that. No, it can't be gravity boots. I'm 100% convinced this is bad. Unless it's gravity boots to get... No. Well, maybe it could. It could be more heinous. It's true. It could be gravity boots to go get Soul of Bat, which is at that purple check. Which would also tilt me. Please just be bad. Oh my... Oh my gosh. Where is Bat? Chat, ¿dónde está Bat? Where's Bat? Oh no, we're in a magical journey. I mean, I could go to Second Castle, but now I have to know. Gross. Like, it can't be second castle because holy glasses are required, and unless adventure has special logic, I don't have power of mist, so it has to be like here. It has to be, right? Or like one of the other checks. This is empty. Gross. What are those other? Oh, it could be at All Rocks. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know what the play is. Hold on. We're gonna do some unique routing. It could be All Rocks. We're gonna wait. So I'm gonna do All Rocks, right? Then I'm gonna go left out of All Rocks, and that should put me in Chapel, right? So then I can go down Chapel, check the boss room, then go all the way to entrance, and then leave. Because that should be every check outside of Keep. I think that's the play. It's the least number of warps, and warps take forever. But we have to wait for this, unfortunately. Gross. Yo, all of our complexity is in first castle. I guess that kind of makes sense. Because there's only so much you could do in second castle, unless it's like, as I said before. Oh, I'm not going to save split. I'm committing. I don't play with save splits when I play with Mayhem. We're committing at this point. I want every relic. Listen, I earned whatever this check is. I don't care if it's fire, a bat, it could be gas cloud. I'll take any of those. I will consider that an actual upgrade and worth my time. Yeah, let's go this way. Entrance to All Rocks is still faster. Why would that be faster? I don't have a... I can't access All Rocks again. So I would take the other check. I would be in the middle. I don't see how this would be faster. Well, maybe I guess where I take the teleport is different. I think I see what you're talking about. Hey Talek, hope you're doing well. I'm questioning life with adventure mode. No need to turn around. Yeah, I'll just take the work then. It's fine. Yeah, as I said before, I want to keep whatever's here. I don't really want to save split, because I just want to get a feel for the room, and I don't want to mess up the map. But unfortunately, we got a long journey. We got the well, at least we got holy glasses out of logic, so I don't have to go all the way back to Spikebreaker. That's horrendous. Yeah, I think I was having fun up until it wanted me to get stopwatch to go get the rings to come back to the tower again. Like, no thanks. I might as well check this since I'm here. Okay, we got flight, so we're good. I forgot what enemy was there, so I set myself flying by accident. That's fine. Let's go this way. This could be... It's nothing. That's a shame. I forget what the sellable is. It's, like opal or something. I don't remember. Okay, we'll just damage boost through. You know what? We'll just slide through. It's fine. Yeah, we got some momentum with our power swings. I think it's faster for me to just keep the momentum with the dash here. Oh, unless you get unlucky with the axe swing. That's unfortunate. We're gonna fly up here, and there's nothing here. So this would have been normally where I guess you save split. It's fine. But as I said before, I want to test with all relics. We're gonna do every check, chat. Don't worry. It's a full clear no matter what. So let me build momentum. There we go. Much better, much better. I do love that dancing in place does build the momentum. My favorite thing. Yeah, we're gonna take advantage of our arm slide here. Nice. not entirely sure why Gaibon is there. I think maybe because I used the rewind earlier or something. So we already did Alchemy Lab check, but this is what we would have done normally. The sequence broke that. So my only last check is the boss. Whatever. It is what it is. Oh, I love that plate, though. Actually, no. Actually, I think this should still be fine. Yeah, we're gonna Gravity Boot jump repeatedly. And since I don't care about our MP total, I'm definitely just gonna burn it. This is why we have overboosted MP at the moment. Okay, controlled slide. Canceled it by falling off the ledge. Nice. Gravity Boot right through that. We'll take that. We'll take that. It's still probably faster to do something like this. Oh, no, no. If I didn't hold it. This. Yeah, a little faster. Absolutely nothing. That's fine. So yeah, it's... So I guess it hid our light, quote-unquote. Like, the soul of that needed for, Holy Glasses somewhere else. So where did this seed want me to go? Like, now I'm really curious. Let's go backwards. No worries, Calvicium. Hope you enjoy your lunch. I have a feeling this is gonna go on for a little while longer because it's adventure mode. But hey, at least we have 3 relics. So I might have a hard stopping point around, I think, 2:30 or so. So like another hour and a half. And what we'll do is if I don't get to where I want to go in adventure to see if it's possible to even beat it on adventure mode, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna revisit the Wolf and Bat runes for Jewel Sword, whatever they're called. And we're gonna program in something special so he could do those. Because right now it's not possible to switch into those other forms. So I should just be able to delete the wall. It's a very inelegant solution, but you know what? We'll take it. Goodbye, Doer. Still need to worry about you. Hello, Warp. Let's use you. Yeah, I didn't miss anything else. I guess since I'm here, I should do the keep check, because I have no reason to come back here. Let's do the keep check now. Because I am just really, really curious where it thought I should go for flight to get to the other area, because we don't have Power of Mist for Spike Breaker. We don't have Soul of Bat, and those are the things I think that are in logic, but chat can correct me. I don't play adventure normally. Let's see. Where is that? Okay. Fine, easy check to do. We're just gonna go back and we're just gonna warp to... I guess where Richter is, and then we'll move back to Olrock. Guess that should be okay. Yeah, we have one problem with this door. This door drives me wild. Why did they tie this exit to the hallway to the door? I have no idea why they did that. It's one of, I think, 2 doors in the game that do that. So it's like, with jank, you're able to use that door. For sure. Yeah, it's really interesting because when you go to other doors, normally to exit to another area, there's like a literal spawn point behind it. We've seen it when we were testing before. So like when I'm going through places like in Royal Chapel that doesn't have a door, there's no issues. But for some reason, that one requires you to go into the door to teleport. I don't know why. Very weird. I don't have a solution to that yet, but you can still technically use it. And it's not technically mandatory. Oh, there we go. Now I legit have that. Interesting. So we are basically fully loaded with spells. So we should be doing a ton of damage. So basically every one of our bat relics is +1 fireball when we're in the air. And we start with 2. So we should be at 5 fireballs. And that is a lot of damage. So honestly, I think Olrox is going to be free. Because we have almost 2nd castle level damage. In fact, we do have 2nd castle level damage with this. It's a lot of damage. We're gonna use the momentum mechanic to get a little bit of a slide there. Although, actually, hold on. I need to remember. This is now a thing. Yeah, there we go. I should have been doing this. Now that we have bat. I love it. There we go. Oh, that's so fun. I'm so glad we got bat, chat. I was missing that. Alright, so we have this annoying gap. So normally you can't fit in here. So we're gonna say whatever and ignore that gap. Go through the door. Don't need to worry about that. Oh, he's like slightly too low. Actually, out of curiosity, how effective is this? Not very effective. I was just curious. Anyway, he's dead. I did freeze it in place to see how much damage it did, but not that useful. I'd rather just keep attacking. When we're this powerful, it matters. Also, did that not use MP? Hold on a second. 20. Oh, it did. Just, I have a lot of MP. Absolutely nothing. That's to be expected. Nice. We clip our way through there. Oh, I need to stop doing that. If I fail the launch, I bonk repeatedly. Oh well, goodbye my MP. That's what I get for bonking on the floor. Buffalo Star, not that useful for us. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of flight there. Power of Wolf, interesting. So there's a check I missed in the other room, but what is that other green dot? Is that in chapel? I don't know what that is. I have to go back for the other one, but I'm gonna think about that as we go through there. But fortunately, I am regenning an okay amount of MP. So I should have enough for flight here. Oh, even with that, I'm not able to do it. Blow use in the Coliseum secret room. Oh! Good point. That makes sense. Yeah, I think... Yeah, I don't think I could have grabbed that earlier because I didn't have Leapstone. I should line up with this. Okay, we'll go back for it. Ooh, just a heart max. Brutal. Oh, yeah, that's right. We have Power of Wolf and, I was gonna say Swiftness of Wolf. I need to learn the relic names. Brain, translate. What was I thinking of? Skill of Wolf, thank you. So we have increased acceleration on our dash, and because of Power of Wolf, I actually go much faster now with the ground slide, which in turn means that our aerial momentum is insane. In fact, I think we could just damage boost through this, something like this. I clipped him right as I went to go do that. That was so unfortunate. That was so unfortunate, chat. I'll do it on the way back. Oh, too many dashes. I had the jump, I just didn't hit the invincibility button quickly enough to go through them. We're gonna go ahead and fly up here. And the room is like right here. There we go. Just a heart. I mean, I'm not really surprised, but you could still be disappointed. I'll take this over no momentum boost. It's better than nothing. Yeah, let's see if we could get the super momentum boost. We're just slowly building it up by running, and we can see how much we have based off of our slide. There we go. I love it, chat. Just gonna Superman through the hallway, it's fine. And that only leaves... Oh, yeah, oh, we already know. Oh, I could technically do the Jewel Sword check. I didn't think about that. I guess we should figure it out together. That was one of the things I wanted to do before the stream ended. If I legitimately had Bat plus Wolf, what do I do to despawn that wall? Because I'm assuming it'll have the same defense value or not defense, the same HP value it makes things that are invincible. Or maybe it doesn't. But we'll look in the logs, I think, no matter what. If nothing else, I should be able to displace the wall manually. Let's go have a little look, chat. Yeah, we have a lot to clean up, so this is just very much a beta release, because we're going to be releasing this, I think, after we're done testing here. That is so much fun. Picking up that momentum. Though I know we have to go back and forth here a couple times. Usually all breakable terrain in the game is a simple binary toggle. It makes sense. Because I want to see what specifically this ID is. So, 1 second. I displaced the water. Interesting. Interesting. So it didn't displace the wall, so the wall must have a different health total. So I might have to pause the game and take a look at that to see what it is. Exactly, Talix. So we were doing something similar for the Jewel of Open Doors. We brute forced a very specific offset in order to make sure that the door is open. But then one of the doors requires 2 offsets for some reason to open. I don't really know why. So we've been mapping it out within the code manually, and I've been inserting it as cheats. Yeah, it's because it's not breakable. That makes sense. So I'm going to take a short pause here, because I want to see what it detected in the logs. Actually, I should probably reset the room on the save state. Or, yeah, no, it's broken. I just broke it completely. It's fine. We'll just go to, like, here-ish. This is probably fine. Do another save state. I shouldn't be using cheats for that. So, unfortunately, I wasn't able to figure out how to get the right offset manually, because it's not in the API. It's like a custom number. So, like, I need, for example, like, 42. Or, like, 67. And there's some map for, like, 60 to 64. But that specific value is not in the offset list. That I used it for example, for the doors. The wall might be something different. It might be as simple as, like, I think you listed it as auto toggle. The doors needed something else. I think it was offset 40 to disable. You always make a pull request. I might. I didn't really want to bother you with it. I wanted to kind of explore, and once I had it kind of ironed out a bit more, I'd probably reach out. Exactly. Yeah, we were exploring that, I think, all week, learning about all the nuances. So that's why I'm able to do sub-weapons with the axe armor, for example. So, like, I kind of figured that out to some extent. The only one I wasn't sure how to do is you had, for example, for your, like, fireball code there, for example, which is from, I forget what version of Chaos. That I understood. It had all the bytes. It loaded the bytes. That works. But when I tried copying the same 188, well, not all 188, but when I tried copying the same 92 or 94 bytes, similar to how the fireball was, it wasn't spawning correctly. So I'm not sure if there's something that had to be touched manually. Because I know there's like a, I'm going to call it the activator. There's an activator that I can set for everything here. Like that axe, for example, is 10 in that hex, and that forces the logic to load correctly, as well as the momentum, the sound effect, and everything else, and that works for me. But when I want to spawn something that should already be loaded, I couldn't figure out how to do it. Like, I could modify the fireballs, both from the standpoint of the bytes, as well as from the already existing API. So, not sure what you mean for the fireball. So, like, the fireball has, like, a static list of hex values, like the 0x00 and blah, 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 and each one of those is a value to determine, like, the x, the y, and everything else. And when you do that, and you use the spawn entity, it's able to immediately draw the graphic, and you apply some speed to it from other codes and things like that. But when I try that with, like, a sub-weapon, it doesn't do anything. So I'm not sure if there's some offset that needs to be a specific value in order to get it to load correctly. Because I was thinking it was like that activator value. Not sure if I could give an example. It goes really quickly. No, it's too fast. I was trying to pause it in the cheat menu, but no, I only leave it there for like 2 frames. I guess if I were to open it up, maybe it would be like... I think I have a RAM watch with it. 1 second. Yeah, because I was taking a look at this. Because one thing I was encountering an issue with, for example, like, I like the spawn entity script, and it works fine in isolation, like the fireball can spawn, or if I do it in the air, that happens. But because of where it starts in the address list, if I attack, it'll actually overwrite it in that specific address. So there's like little quirks to it. I'm kind of trying to figure it out. Like the sub weapon doesn't have that issue because I'm telling it to spawn at a very, very specific address that's kind of between the enemy entity list and the friendly entity list. So yeah. So because I have very forced addresses for it, it usually works, and I haven't seen any downsides to it. Because I have been in many rooms and I've never seen those populated with anything. So I'm like, whatever, I'm just gonna put them in there. But one thing I just wanted to say was just when I'm talking about the activator, so if the beginning of an entity is at B62, and then you go down to, I think that's either 40 or 42, I don't recall offhand, but this value, and I give it a number, it'll cause something to exist. So if I put, oh, it's an unsigned. So if I put 10, for example, it'll spawn the axe. So the only thing I have to do is correct the X and the Y. So, like, I understand how to do it from that standpoint, and I was kind of messing around with it, trying to determine what some of these did. I don't know if I have another round watch to kind of take a look at. Yeah, like, I found a lot of interesting things in here, but they're not... I don't know what I'll end up doing with it. I found out how to make food damage enemies, for example, and I figured out how often it should damage people. And then I realized that those are just offsets, and that those are entities. They did bombs and sub-weapons separately for a reason. Yeah, I think so. So, like, for example, Neutron Bomb, I can spawn with its activation code, but it doesn't have a hitbox. And there's only some things that are like that. It's very inconsistent. Because some item effects do just work. By just setting that value, it just summons it. So it's like, it's so close to having like a bomb-like effect on demand. I had like a whole list of them. Unfortunately, I think they're in unsigned at the moment. But like, for example... could just spawn like stopwatch. The other list. Actually, is this also the same as the other one? Let's find out. No, it's a different offset. I wasn't sure if that was the same one I was looking up. Revert that real quick. There's also a section for those effects similar to live entity arrays. Interesting. I saw some of them were in there. Like if I poke this activator to, let's say, 41. That'll summon the stopwatch. So like I've been listing them out separately because Richter has a very different list of values for some reason compared to Alucard. Like even his, like nothing matches, and then a lot of what he has doesn't work. So it'll just spawn with like really weird stretch graphics, and then the hitbox is like broken. You do it as Alucard. Very weird. But anyway, what I wanted to investigate was this wall. I'm gonna make another log current room. So the only thing that this does is it just offsets things of a certain value, and then it also just lists out the entities. I just do that so I have a visual reference that something moved in the room, so I can see it's not something I'm normally expecting there. So I'm gonna go ahead and end Mayhem for now. I'm gonna open up the logs. This is one of the things I would have fixed before we do a build. Yeah, it's been an interesting learning experience. I think I just started to make big breakthroughs like this week. Oh, is it considered a shortcut? I didn't think about it that way. You're right, I have seen the shortcuts. So let me take a look actually, because I have your thing open because I was looking at something earlier. Dive in real quick. Because I have all the different switch states of the game, I just never actually looked at what they were. Like the full list. I did that because I have like the rewind functionality where it warps you back to a door, because I did that mostly for debugging purposes, but I know chat loves it. We just get whipped around. But I guess that would be... Yeah, we got the warps to first castle, all the warps, outer wall, elevator, entrance to marble, alchemy, chapel statue, coliseum, marble blue door, cavern, switch, and bridge. That one I did use because axe armor can't use the switch. But interestingly, I don't see this here. Entrance to cavern. Oh, unless it's entrance to caverns. Done. It's fine. We can take a look at the logs. But we ended up implementing a momentum system, and it's you know, not the best, but it's still kind of fun. Hopefully the people that end up racing it later have fun with it. But if you open the hex editor and open it, you'll see. Interesting. Yeah, I think that's in the, what is it, the O3 region? But I don't remember specific enough for that. I think it's gonna require me swapping out of the permanent axe armor and giving it a shot. Well, that definitely, I was gonna say, that definitely isolates it a lot more, because I'm like, I recall the O3, because I did that for, what was it called? Whether or not the spike breaker room is lit up. So I went in and found one of those manually, because I wanted to turn it on when you had Echo Bat, for example, since I didn't want to emulate using the Echo effect. Just felt kind of tedious, even in the beginning game. Like, no thanks. Oh, I haven't actually closed. I thought I closed it already. I love it saying all these different states have changed. I'm gonna go all the way to the bottom and see what happens. Is there anything with any kind of value? Something with defense 4, max hit points. I think that was the water. We moved the water earlier. Looking for something that has an unconventional. Like maybe it has auto toggle equal 1. I think lock on is in regards to Alucard being forced into a walk cycle. Not mistaken. There's something with... Oh no, that has damage. Those are the fishmen. Never mind. Care about those. How far did I get? We're just seeing if we can open this wall. And then what I'm probably going to end up doing, if I can't find the entity to delete it, what I'll do is I'll just look at the state that Talik is saying. Because I'll just leave it on where I'll make a... I'll do something in the RAM watch where I save before it and then after it, and then just look for something in the O3 region. I think it could be this 19808 ID. I'm going to write this down. It might be the wall. So there's a couple ways I think I could do this. If nothing else, I'm going to include that this is here. Because I'm not really seeing anything else it could be. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Apparently, quadruple 3 and 6 is Fishman. I guess if I really want the Merman later. I don't really, but they're there, I guess. Interesting. So, okay. So what we're going to do is we should be able to unequip the armor now, unless the cheat is still active. Turn that off. There we go. Let's reset the room. Oh, I'm double shielding, that's right. It's so cheesy, but I love it. Thank you, Demon Bro. Well, let's make a state. While the wall is visible. I feel like that would be fair. Let's go ahead and do the search. I know it should not be beyond 400, so I can... Oh, actually, hold on. I realize I should be doing this in one glance. No, I know it should be before this. In fact, if I'm really not sure, I can make it 500, but I'm pretty sure it's 1300. We'll do less than this address. We'll leave this as is, and then we have to do... Wolf into that. Seeing a lot of merman activity, unfortunately. I don't see anything that's just like a 1 or a 0. Look manually, as Talca's saying. Oh, it's true. I could do it that way. Make another save state here, because this I should also be able to check. If I do between this and this, it should load. We're gonna move down just to make sure that the state is there. We're gonna say not equal to 0. Previous value. Some of these. These are inducing ones. Let's remove those. There's 4 potential candidates. Although, maybe one of these two. Or not. Because all of them are updating. That's kind of unfortunate. I don't think it can't be any of the later ones. That doesn't make any sense. Thank you for stopping by, Antos. You enjoyed up until we got to this point. So yeah, we're just getting his animations there. Oh, God. One second. Okay. 3BD. I wrote down earlier. I'm gonna leave this open. Hex editor and go to the shortcut. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I'm not displaying the hex editor. Hex editor. I'll normally open the hex editor. Have anything there? Just enlarge this a bit. Love it stuttering. Probably close that. There we go. for example, there's a lot of zeros here at the moment. That did display one byte. Sure. I don't know how to do that. Oh. Never mind, figured it out. Got a big list. Oh, why did it send me here? See something toggling. Value. So if I freeze this. Ah, okay. Wasn't too bad. Oh, I had it inverse when I searched. So it actually turned it on. Interesting. I guess that makes sense. So this is 6. E2. That equals full sort check. Okay, yeah, I could probably add this then. Go to the state where it closed and set it to 1 to reload the room. I feel sometimes when I just do like a simple poke value in the code, it actually doesn't take it. So for a couple of them, I've had to like do like a really short clock of like literally like 2 milliseconds, and then it works. I had to do that for library, for example. But we'll give it a shot. Right now it is 0. Put it there. Oh, I'm in axe armor, so I'm not able to do what I need. So if in theory, if I tell it to check when I'm in this room, will it update if I just do it here, for example? Okay. Okay, that works then. Cool. Easy enough. So anyway, back to testing things out. Pleasant little detour. So that's one done. I have to do the one in the other castle. Let me close the hex editor. Let me hide the preview of that. You don't need to see that. Goodbye. Thank you, Talon. There's one of our Vlads. Oh no, we're getting the glitchy display because I closed it too many times. Well, didn't matter too much. I think I closed it improperly last time. If I had hit stop, I think it would have been fine. We'll keep going for now. So that's one down. Eventually, the goal is to go to Reverse Castle. As I said before, we'll probably kill it in about an hour. Given how long the seed is in general, I think we'll hard pass on that. Hey, progress. Yeah, if we could just force the things to spawn where we don't use a lot of entities, I think that avoids a lot of despawning issues. We only have one relic check in First Castle. I think our goal is to probably more or less just go straight to the other check. Oh, I actually should check Reverse Clock Room. I actually almost never do that place. Let's go left first. So no matter what the right choice is, chat, we're going left. Because I don't think we've been there more than once in 20-something seeds. Like anywhere to the left. We went there for the elevator check, and that was literally it. Oh, where am I going? We already have that. I love I could just get off screen barely. Yeah, definitely progress. Speaking of no progress. I think we're good here. So we can't kicky feet murder Richter, unfortunately. gotta do what we can. Sure, we got holy glasses equipped because we worked hard for that, chat. I'm equipping those. I guess we might as well just become tankier, because why not? Oh, there's Heart Brooch, but it strengthens power of the cross. I've been bamboozled. Well, I guess we'll take the diamond then. He is so done, by the way, chat. He's so done. He's been waiting for us.
I've been waiting for you.
I almost broke it in time. Okay. I mean, it cost me all my MP, but that's fine. Right, chat? It's fair. I think we're too tanky to die again. I think I could just damage boost through everything. I guess that's what happens when you get accessories that pump defense. I love how he does the little jump like he's in the cutscene. He just leaves. Amazing. Oh, I should have been building momentum here. Actually, is there a relic check? Oh, I don't have the tracker open. Uh-oh, that's a problem. We need to save and reset, because I need the tracker. I mean, I can make these checks, like, I'm pretty sure this is a check. We're gonna look over here. I think it's on the right side of the room normally. Yeah, adventure mode, no map sounds absolutely heinous. Let's not do that, chat. Let me pop open the tracker. I forgot we closed it. I got distracted. Then I looked at the stream and I was like, oh no. Yeah, we'll save, and then we'll just immediately reload, and then we should see everything. There might be a relic check above us and below us, so I might as well check those since I vaguely recall something was over here. Hello, Giant Skull. Goodbye, Giant Skull. Yeah, see how this is like, yeah, I think something is normally here, chat. I'll go upwards just in case I'm misremembering. Yeah, you have no reason to come over here in any other gameplay. Interesting, there's an item there. I don't know if that could have been a check. Yeah, it's kind of hard to build momentum here unless I do something like this. No, I didn't build enough. I think I need to get wider movements. Oh, that was it, actually. Oh, I held forward by accident. Come on, momentum, build up. There we go. Get me out of here. Only check the top right. Thank you, Telly. Yeah, I'm gonna reset since the tracker died. But since we're here, I might as well check this area. Another picture of Dad. And eye potion. Oh, okay, I could heal myself if I really need to, but yeah. Yeah, let's save, reset, get the tracker working again. We are all good. What? We'll just face plant repeatedly. It's my favorite way to soft reset. Oh, it crashed something. Bitmap region already locked. Oh, that's unfortunate. We just crashed it. Huh. Something didn't clear in the cheats, I guess. To think about that. I mean, normally you wouldn't do what I just did with the save states, but interesting. Didn't clear when we went to the main menu. A small note of that, actually. I think it's like check main menu. Here, what would have been active at the time? Maybe a door? Maybe a door here was active or weird. Unfortunately, because of the way it crashed, I think it didn't save the game, which is gonna be brutal. I don't know if the save states are the old save states or the new save states. Oh, it remembered. Okay, we're good. So it didn't save the game, but it saved our save states. Whatever. And also, we just had the same issue again. Hate that so much. We're gonna go back to the main menu and try again. It's fine. I just gotta redo the Richter fight. It's not a big deal. And I guess also poke and get that one check again. Cool. Open the tracker again this time. So we know not to waste our time, at least at the top. That way I can at least come over here. I don't have to do the poke again. Nice.
What?
There we go. Get to practice more with momentum. That's all I see this as, Chan. Build it up. I forgot to jump, so I'm gonna trip repeatedly. Oh well. One day, Chan. I'm gonna blame not having food, because I'm getting very hungry. That's why I said I'm gonna stop at 2:30. I definitely need to start making lunch by then. Oh, there we go. We got the hallways, at least. That went pretty fast.
What?
Slightly off center of the warp.
What?
Okay, broke all the checks here, but we literally did all of them. I think there was nothing above Richter. I think it was the only one we didn't get in the save file.
What?
I love that he whats every time we do it. It's amazing. Whatever. We broke first castle, but it is what it is. What do we get for save stating? Too much forward momentum. We don't have a really good way to curve it. Let's try this again. Is there a faster way I could damage this? I got bonked by the cross. I guess it makes sense. It normally is a hitbox. Demon bro, please don't do this to me. Away. Yeah, he's kind of free because we can kind of fly over him. I don't need to really worry that hard. Although I do have to worry if I burn out my MP. Uh-oh.
Magnificent! But now feel my unbridled wrath.
We're gonna play the dodging game for a second, chat. Ooh, ran out of MP. Oh, it doesn't do any damage. Oh, our defense is so high. We're good. Never mind. Oh, that's annoying. Don't you item crash me. Oh, did the Mayhem orb value fix itself? Oh god, it had so much health. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It has more than 20 hits. How many Vlad relics are we at? I think 3. Oh, we're gonna be here a while then. I'm trying so hard not to kill him, chat. There we go. Yeah, I ran out of MP. I missed a few of the group fireballs, because I can definitely double hit it with the fireball in the air, but I missed like a few of them. So I think that was 28 hits? It was a lot. It's way more than the normal, because we had a few Vlad relics. I just got luckier with my positioning, because I got it with the Rising Axe, which was a double hit, and I don't think I hit any of the axe throws. That's why the other one was also much quicker. Because all I needed was like 5 or 6 more hits. We're good now. This map is horrendous. So I think we checked everything. There was nothing here on any check, so I could just continue forward. So yeah, it is possible to run out of MP in fights if you mess up. Kinda nice. Oh, that's less nice that I bonked that staircase, though. I killed all my momentum, chat. Oh well. Yeah, that map is horrendous. I know, I saw it, I'm like, nah. Okay, so what we're gonna do for a safety feature, once we're done saving here, I'm gonna make another save state in case something weird happens. That way I don't have to refight Richter and do all that nonsense again. Save state. So Darkwing Bat stands very little chance against us. I'm so sorry. We have so much anti-air. In fact, does he get low enough for the ground fireball to hit? Let's find out together, chat. I don't recall his elemental weakness offhand, or else I'd probably abuse it. Let's go for like something like this, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, that went about as I thought it would. I was thinking if he curved too much early, he would just get hit by the axes. So he was already in checkmate chat. Life max. Interesting. There's a lot of checks above me. I guess one of them has to be actually, oh, I must have made a big mistake. Hold on, big mistake. We're getting that warp. We are totally going back for that warp. In case I want to go through the castle in the other direction. I don't have a way to get through this. I need to figure out what state Alucard has to be in to go through ceiling jumps like that. I figured out how to make him go through ones that are below him, but not above. That's kind of a not enough to stop the build kind of thing, but it is something I'd like to fix. And I would say this is like totally done. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead here and get the warp. Especially if I'm looking to test something, because I might want to check out Chapel in more detail, and not having to go through the entire clockwise motion would be nice. Anyway, oops, off by floor. So I think that other treasure was the hidden wall. I just gotta open the wall and I should get that one. Kind of a weird spot to build momentum. Gravity boots definitely help a lot here, though. Little momentum there. This wall should lead to a relic. The almighty Blanca knife is here. Thank you. So I don't know where any of these other checks are, so this is gonna be fun. Obviously one of them has to be in Clock Room. One of them has to be, I see people talk about Dragon Helm. Oh, I took real damage there. Avishim, you should feel proud. Something hurt me, even though I nerfed the defense of the character. 32 is not insignificant. We're just gonna slide on through. Yeah, if I can't get momentum, I think this is definitely the way to go. I definitely do not want to get hit by those bombs. So literally nothing's here. I imagine the dot above me is the puzzle room. Get out of here. Oh, we have a delete button on these guys. Listen. Are you weak to holy? Nice damage amount, though. Well, that's significantly easier. Okay. Forgot where the other gear was. My brain just autopiloted. I'm like, it has to be beneath me, right? No. The other room. Yeah, we're looking to go through that door. Chat, it's also really tempting to get rid of the stupid door check. You have no idea, chat. I've thought about it. Oh, you could fall through the gear too with that method. Interesting. Never tried that before. So our melee actually doesn't do enough to one-shot, but our spells do, because we have so many spells. That's funny. That is funny, chat. We are so overpowered with spells. Not fully my fault, it's just the relics we were granted. It's not my fault it gave me Ring of Vlad and every bat relic, except for one. Alright, go in. Well, I'm very low on MP. That's where I think the base plant just getting a small tweak. Like, you can see, like, I'm actually out of MP. I gotta be careful. Oh, I got stuck in the gear. Oh my gosh, the jank is real. Okay, how many hits does this need? Thank you. I mean, you're not wrong. I thought about that with the stupid merman statue, but we should give a purpose to merman statue other than making players mad. I guess I could make merman statue do something. Nothing comes to mind at the moment, but I'm sure I'll feel inspired at some point. Okay, so I don't have to do any of the goofy checks down here, I don't think. I think I could skip this. Be a little more conservative with my MP. Ooh, that jump is kind of tight, but you should have played. I'm sorry, did it just phase through me again? Medusa, you don't make any sense. Oh, so there's one in the middle here. Got it, got it, got it. I'm gonna stay up here for a little bit. MP back. And when we start ha-ha-haing again, I'm gonna go. Nothing there. Oh, and the Hollow Knight. Brutal. Okay, we'll just damage boost these guys. Oh, it wanted me to use bad and echo bad. I guess that makes sense. That's where Spike Breaker is. Hey, I could technically test the spikes here. I guess I'll make another save state, question mark. Go back. Oh, I framed through him, but not well enough. Spike's at like the top of this place, if I remember correctly. You shouldn't really ever realistically hit these, but... Wait, what? Oh, you have to fall through the floor. I'm sorry. I went like I was going through normal pod room. I autopiloted that. Need to go down here for what I'm looking for. Like right... That spawn was ridiculous. Like right at the top of this place. That. Guys, I'm trying to test. Do you mind? I don't have enough MP for fireballs. This is awkward. Not that. I need to see if I'm actually getting damaged or not by the spike. The guy's hitting me doesn't help. Okay, spike doesn't hit us. That's all I wanted to check. We're good. I mean, it's really unlikely you'll jump there on purpose, but it's nice to know it's working. Oh, I don't have enough MP. I should actually not do that. We'll do good old-fashioned damage boosting. And we'll jump the normal way. That momentum we stored was ridiculous. Let's save a little MP. Nice. Definitely want to use the save point to restore this MP. We're seeing the game when I go unusual routes. It does force me to use a little more MP. So because we've leveled pretty sufficiently, this isn't too big of a deal. If you come here to Second Castle early, this would probably be a nightmare MP-wise for this character. Like, I know you can overcharge / boost your MP, but there's only so far that'll take you. Especially if you deal with those stupid, Flying Knights. This door is also broken, but it's kind of whatever.
What?
Oh, 1 second, chat. I'm getting a phone call. I want to make sure it's not a work call or something. Be right back. Sorry, Chan. I'm gonna take like a 4-minute break. I have to pick up something from my sister's house. She's not that far away. I'm literally just gonna walk over and walk back. But I didn't realize family was over her house, so I'll go say hi to them. They'll be back in like 4 minutes, but in the meantime, let's put on some music for you. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, chat. Downside, took longer than expected. Plus side, I now have food. I'm not gonna eat it right away though. So 2:30, I might be able to switch it to 2:45 because I don't have to cook it. Because I don't want to eat after like 3 o'clock. So anyway, let's jump into the game. I guess I have a question to Calvicium, if Calvicium's still around. So I'm gonna make some changes for the adventure mode checks. But if you don't want those in your build, I can honestly just send it to you as soon as the stream is done. Because it's going to take me probably like 40 minutes to make sure all the cheats are working and retest and things like that. I was just curious. So technically you could just be the first, because I could just send the file. You're still around. I'll literally send it basically as is. Oh, speaking of which, music. Pause. Okay, so I think we've checked about every location possible. I think I'm gonna entitle the YouTube video something like, I tried adventure mode, ... and it was a big mistake. I feel like titling it that, chat. So unfortunately, I could not figure out a way. Like, I figured out how to get rid of the doors, but not how to go through the corridor there. Unfortunate. I guess we'll do creature. Let's see how hard creature is, chat. I have a feeling the answer is going to be he explodes. Oh, the answer is he explodes. Hey, Zero Limit, hope you're doing well. Anything different from 2 nights ago? We've slightly tweaked the momentum. We have a little mini glide. Sub-weapons are fixed. We could throw a lot of them. And we were actually talking about releasing this. So there's one thing that has to be changed for adventure mode. But if people aren't going to play it on adventure mode, then honestly, it's mostly fine as is. The only thing I'm going to push before it goes is a small nerf to Faceplant MP to make it 5 MP. That's about it. I basically just want to compare it against, what's it called? When you get sub-weapon only, if that's 5 MP... Let me double check. If it's 4, I'll just slightly reduce the MP rate, I think. Or, excuse me, I'll slightly reduce how long it takes to charge you its cost, or accurate. I should be able to make this... Oh, I fell through the wall. Welcome to Jank City, chat. Not fall through the wall. Game, please. You know what I want to do. Thank you. Oh, there's a visual bug here. Guess I'll make a safe state here. So these are just things I'm gonna work on my own time, I think, at this point. Again, like, none of these really hamper the experience. I'm just making sure all the functionality is there. So we're gonna put in a fix for the dual sword and then reverse dual sword. I think that's just gonna be our goal. We're just gonna have a pleasant little tour. I'm not seeing anything else too crazy. Actually, which save state was that? 6. Okay. So we're gonna make a couple for the reverse marble gallery and one for Coliseum, and that leaves us 2 saves in case we need to test something. So that leaves me 1 for soul of bat check, or whatever the heck you want to call it in reverse. I don't know what that item is normally. And then we have 1 safety save. Probably fine. Also, I don't need to actually. Hold on. I don't need my F5 state. Remembered, because we already checked the spikes in clock room. That actually gives me 2 more save states to work with. Yeah, see how this just disappeared? So that 1 save state will cover both of these. I'll do it again real slow in case chat missed it. This is the stuff I'm talking about that I'm getting rid of. There's like 2 pillars here it got rid of. Again, like, is it gonna ruin the experience? Probably not, but it'd be nice to fix those. So I bonked the floor there, but I think I recovered it okay. Oh, that is so satisfying, chat. You have no idea. This hallway was the worst before the momentum change. Oh my gosh. All the ups and downs you had to do. Also, I'm surprised I dodged that. All the ups and downs you had to do were just garbage. Oh, I forgot library. Gotta go. Library chat. Library. I was so happy with my momentum and I realized, big mistake, we're going back. We'll be back home till mid-late day tomorrow, so let's see what's going on with the release. Yeah, definitely by tomorrow, everything will be cleaned up. But for people that are looking to run it right now, for Calvicium, for example, I'll give Calvicium the file. I'll let him know literally the minute it's uploaded. There's only one thing I want to do to tweak it, and that's to nerf faceplant slightly. And if you're not interested in running Adventure, then that's fine. Because it only impacts Expedition and Adventure, the wall checks. I mean, technically you could turn off the system and still do it. Teleport will still be a feature. But do you mean to go to, like, library, or just what I did with the save states? I mean, like, technically you can library whatever you want. It's in the debug menu. So if you do get stuck, you should be able to get out of it. Why didn't that mark it as collected? Whatever. But it is good to know it's there, though, just so you're aware. It's very rare. I've seen people get stuck wing smashing randomly. Yeah, Lycan will also not probably work as intended, this one, because you can't escape death currently. And I don't think any of the changes to Lycan impact the way the game is played. Okay, just making sure. Can he move this? Okay, he can. I've never tried it, chat. I'm pretty sure we've never tried it. I've tried it in a regular library, I think, once before. But reverse library? Nah, get out of here. I don't test that. Maybe once when I went for the Mistgate here. That's literally it. We have no business to be here. Thought I could frame dodge through it with Pinky P. Also, chat, I'd like to say I'm very disappointed with Adventure Mode. Where's our gas cloud? Chat, where's gas cloud out? I can't kill them with Pinky P until I get this. Yeah, we have a much better use of sub-weapons. Oh, that's the other thing I'm gonna move. The sub-weapons are gonna get nerfed by 10 damage. And then we'll see where it goes from there. But up close, the damage is insane. I think you could do that with regular Axe, because again, I don't modify any of the hitboxes. I guess Axe could always do that, and I've just never bothered with it. Because I don't touch anything, I don't even look at the damage interval, chat. So, unless it's spawned in incorrectly, which I guess I can't rule out, but I find it kind of doubtful. Oh my gosh, all that way for a karma coin. You know what? I'm flipping through the floor. I had enough of that. Listen, chat. There's some things I don't feel like fixing. That's one of them. That's going on the list. That'll be our little secret. Don't let people know you can just clip through there for free. Just fine. Walls are a suggestion, chat. It's what SotN would have wanted. Oh, I hit forward by accident. I actually did have the momentum to make that. You know what? That graphic didn't align anywhere with where my collision was, but that's fine. There's some MP. That's okay to get it bonked. Yeah, here's where having momentum there would have been good. Like, if you just full sail into the room. Something like this would have helped a lot to leave this room. It just shows, like, how important momentum is in the game. Like, it just makes that room so much faster. Well, it's a different skill set than wing smashing, but I guess it has, like, the same principle. Because you have to be on the ground for a lot longer. In wing smash, you don't need that at all. Is it worth getting a HP MP refill? I think it is. Honestly, that lets me do the long hallway. Like, I think the sustained flight is now properly being charged, because I do feel like I am actually running out of MP while using it, which is fair. I think it should burn for your MP. I didn't really think about this until just now. I guess if you have Duplicator and Mana Prism, nothing stops you from just spamming Mana Prism while flying. Oh well. It's gonna be in the patch, chat. So if you happen to get Duplicator and Mana Prism, I think you'll be in heaven. Because normally you can't use it when in bat form, but in this one you'd be able to. lost a little momentum there, catching the ledge, but I still maintained most of it, so this is still much faster than doing it normally, even though I went backwards briefly. Look at that time save, chat. Look at it. Oh, beautiful. I don't know what the route is here. I guess I keep going clockwise. I don't go back towards the center. Thinking about it. There's kind of nothing here. Well. Oh, I hit the wrong spell button. I deserve that. I hit the wrong button. So, don't worry. Nova Skeletons can still murder you. So, we haven't picked up Riboblad, so I'm still missing about 8 defense. It does feel a little more challenging, and I think with the MP costs, it's like, it's close to what I want it to be. Obviously, if we have 318 health, you know, there's only so much you could do. But hey, if you're playing normal Mayhem and you have, like, the auto Mayhem attacking you with commands, man, oh man, this is not strong enough for regular Mayhem. Yeah, that damage is very silly. I am trying to visually comprehend where these are. There a check that I could have gotten over here. Yeah, second castle, I don't think I've seen anybody play through in adventure mode, other than when they get mad and it requires you to go back to first castle to get the relic. Which, to be fair, we did that already. Okay, so that was right. Hello, Dante Cat. Hope you're doing well today. We are fine-tuning and feeling how Axe Armor is performing, and the answer is probably overperforming a little much. We're gonna nerf some sub-weapons. You know what? We'll take those iframes. But yeah, we're zooming for sure. The one is in the Lone Emperor. I don't even know what that means, Calvishim. I don't think I've ever been here. To be real with you. I don't even know what that means. Oh, I think I remember this in normal castle. I'm like, yeah, I don't play this. This is literally probably the second time I played a scene like this. And the last time I did it was... Probably, if I did it, it would have been like early 2021. I've not touched it since. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make another save. So Doppel's still kind of free. Most bosses in this game aren't too bad. As I said before, we might need a damage nerf. I could cut down how much damage we get with the axe per relic. Thinking about it. Yeah, maybe I'll reduce it by... I'll cut it mostly in half. That should probably be okay. Oh, slightly mistimed. Listen, chat, he's in the loop. I don't know why he can't detect that. It's not my fault. Alright, chat, listen. I'm not doing these jump loops on him. This is why I have MP, so I don't have to respect that fight. Oh, if only I didn't hit forward. Okay, a little bit of momentum. Sirloin. That's what I want. Thank you, Dark Octopus. Thank you, other Dark Octopus. Ooh, I'm actually really low on MP. That's what I get for spamming spells. That's what I mean. I feel like the cost of things are pretty close to how I want them to be. I think only maybe Faceplant might need a nerf. Or Glide before you get MP. I guess I could make it cost like 1 MP. I don't think it needs to be something crazy or anything, but... Oh, I love that movement here. We're gonna try doing the super play on the way back. I'm just trying to conserve my MP for that. You can see we build crazy momentum here. Okay, so we're gonna go for it, chat. Oh, the stupid ramp. Forgot about it. Ramp is just so high. Alright, I'm gonna hold still for a second. I wanna see how far we can do this. It's very tricky for sure. If not for that, if it stopped here and not here, it would have been fine. Building momentum again. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, you could do basically the whole room like that. Nice. But it is kind of tight. That tongue though. Tongue is coming for me, chat. Oh, that gap will be super hard as Axe Armor, actually. There we go. Just slice our way through the life's problems. I don't know if I'd be able to replace Doppel with the graphic of Axe Armor. The problem with Axe Armor is that it's not a single sprite, it's 5 sprites. So, like, I could make him probably, like, the torso of Axe Armor or something weird. But, that would be the extent of it. It's not a bad idea, just wish sprites were a little better added in this game. Yeah, this hallway is still pretty free. Once you have any defense, just damage boost. Oh hey, look, the momentum nerves are kicking in. Nice. So I could go to Death, and then Galamoth, we return from Galamoth, maybe? Yeah, we might as well just do a full whatever. Because at least here I could get my MP back at Death. Yeah, Gravity Boots, I feel like if you mash it, it does consume quite a bit of MP. He's skiing through the water, something like that. The chat, I have a question for you. Should I cheat my weapon to be clock so that I have the axe spinning in place to see if that interacts with Death? Or just beat him with regular axe? What do you think about it, chat? We only have 2 sub-weapons that work. The answer is yes. I don't know what that means. Yes to cheating the weapon. Or just use regular axe. I'll bounce a little bit as chat decides. That momentum is so sick. Is it possible to skip the Death fight? Like this. Actually, I should probably save the game right here before I do this. Let's see what happens. Does it force me to stand? If it doesn't, oh, it does. Oh, I was curious. Okay. Let's go ahead and cheat it and let's see how it feels. I don't expect it to be like a really high damaging option. It's more gimmicky, but I think it could be interesting. Let me open up the RAM watch. And we're gonna go to sub-weapon. At our sub-weapon. Oh, it doesn't go up high enough. Yeah, that's kind of the awkward part about it. I gotta use it higher. Hold on. Fix that issue. Let's do it like right here. Oh, I was gonna activate there. I'll still. It actually doesn't hit as often as I thought it would. I mean, it was worth trying. I was curious if it would loop him. He is just slightly too high. That's disappointing. Come on, use the axe. Come on, use the axe. Thank you. Maybe we could kill him while invincible to disrespect him. They're definitely slower than regular axe. For some reason, it likes to get stuck there. I don't know why. I'll investigate it, I think, after the stream. I could do something like the damage is reduced if you don't have the actual axe sub-weapon. Think about what would be fair there. Anyway, let's get rid of this menu. I don't need it right now. Like, for example, you could just go into Galamoth and hit him that way repeatedly. Yeah, I imagine the axe would be useful here, depending on where you used it. But it's still kind of awkward. Oh, I mashed gravity jump too much. I gotta remember, slower presses for more invulnerability time. Okay, so they did put an item over here. Honestly, I'm not really seeing too many other rooms that look bugged. It's just kind of the usual culprits. So now that I have save states, it's gonna speed up this process. I mean, I could check what items are here. Another Axe Lord armor? Okay. Curiosity. I don't want to do it in this corridor, but I'm curious about the momentum if I do something like this. Build it up. Kind of. Yes, I think there's checks on the way to Galamoth. Spoilers, Galamoth is gonna get murdered. If you were questioning it all, oh, that damage boost went horribly awry. Oh, no, stop, no. Just try again. There we go, gravity boots. Too much momentum. There we go. Opal. Speaking of which, we really didn't pick up that many helmets, did we? Yeah, it's been all like junk items that are like not useful. Like literally almost all sellables. Strength plus 10 doesn't matter. In other game modes, yes. This one, no. Yeah, there should be an item here. And this I remember. I've seen somebody do this check once. Oh, maybe it's on the other side of the wall. There, fall down here. Check behind the save point. That's where the item is. Neutron bomb. This is fine. Now, how long do you think this will take, chat? How many attacks do you think he'll actually get out? I'm gonna try not to bonk him, or he'll get a lot more attacks out than normal. But we're now going in with full magic. I could cheese him with the stopwatch axe. So let's see how strong we are without using axe, I guess. That's not what I wanted to do. Loss of MP. Ever gotten Vlad relics and continued to do 6 more checks? Usually. He got an attack out, chat. I have to say, that was decisive. He got nuked. Goodbye, Galamoth. I mean, this is the nerf Galamoth, to be fair, but he still got nuked. Rest in peace, Galamoth. We're too strong. Yeah, I think we'll do some revisions for the spells to like slightly lower their damage, but not by a huge amount. It's mostly just because we have enough... We're basically geared to fight Dracula right now, so fighting Galamoth is really not that far off. And we would be doing about 250 a spell to Dracula, just not as high as it sounds. That's a lot of MP we had to burn. Oh, there we go. Oh, lost the blood. Try this again. Build momentum. I literally hit jump at that last frame. There we go. Cruise control, chat. We're out of here. Conserve a little bit of MP there. That is pretty satisfying to do, just optimal. The sad thing is I don't even increase the amount of intelligence that's applied to the regular fireballs, just because I'm adding so many fireballs. It just gets out of control. Like, what is our health to... Or it is 73. No wonder why we're killing everything, chat. Our stats are out of control. Yeah, we level way too much in adventure mode. Goodbye, 420 health. I don't really have a reason to come back here, I guess, unless I forget something. I think our only goal, since we're near the cutoff time, is we're gonna go to the Soul of Wolf check, because we've already seen we could beat the game. I mean, I guess I could gather the different... I mean, there's so much castle left to explore. I don't know. We'll just call it here, I think. But let's at least go to the next castle. I'm still not gonna get over that check it wanted me to do just for the stopwatch. That was so gross. I don't even want to know where the stopwatch was in first castle. I don't want to know, chat. That'll be one of those moments. If somebody hasn't clipped my reaction to when I got that super gross stopwatch, I'll go clip it later. That was upsetting on so many levels. Can't believe it wasn't even a flight behind this stupid clock. Just another ring. And I guess I'll do this check distance here. Wow, we really did almost do an entire full here. We're still missing quite a lot of relics. Guess this one's literally behind the waterfall. Nice. Yeah, that intended logic stopwatch was out of control. Like, the time it would have taken me to do that, I think literally I could have beaten another seed. As we were like an hour plus and I still couldn't leave the first. I wasn't even close to leaving the first castle. We cut out like 40 minutes of backtrack. Like, that was so gross. Never forgive it, chat. Never forget. Oh, I guess I should check entrance, because I'm very much not likely to ever return here. This is close to where we need to save. We'll save in the next room, I think. Yeah, we'll do something like this. Let's save. Saved. The one thing we're gonna do to save you doing that weird bat back and forth, we have to get through this wall. In fact, let's make a save state here. This is the last thing on the agenda. So we had an address that Talik helped to isolate down roughly where all those checks are. So I was thinking it was the O3 region. He specifically said it was like the O3B region. Let's open up the hex editor. Go all the way down. So we're gonna do the check once, and then I'm just gonna work between the two save points. Till we find out what it is. You see a whole bunch of zeros. To turn off the perma axe armor for a moment. Enable, save. Now I should be able to get rid of this. Yeah, like, our stats are... Like, chat, I have 63 in. Like, I can only balance it so much. This, you will never reach this amount of int normally in any playthrough. Level 40? Like, come on. Get out of here. You're not hitting level 40 in a speedrun. Oh, I don't have anything to break it. Let me equip the chakram. Okay. So we need to go through as Wolf, and somewhere in here, we just become Bat. Don't think it really matters. And now, when we come back over here, where I'll just bonk my head, this wall should be open. Perfect. What we're gonna do, we're gonna sit right here, make a save state, and I'm gonna play the Eye the Prize game. Just need to move this in a way that I can swap it. Not seeing anything immediately obvious updating. But I guess we can always have assistance, so I'm not seeing it offhand. What we're gonna do a RAM search. Okay, the specific value here is 0. Oh, chat can't see this one. Let me show this to chat then. We're gonna find it together. We're looking to see where the value is 0. I'm gonna flip it over to here. And we're gonna look where the value is equal to 1. We're gonna remove the one that flickers. That's awful. This one seems to be some kind of timer. We can ignore this. In fact, we can ignore everything. Everything that isn't these. Or can we? Let's find out. Let's jump between these 2 points. Ooh, all of them are valid. Wait a minute. Alright, so we're gonna freeze this one. We're gonna go back to the other one. Does it just need to leave the screen? Hold on, let's leave the screen and come back. No. Is this done differently than the other one? Because I was saying before, I didn't see that in the normal spawn. Oh boy. Well. What about Alucard studying 3 PhDs? Then I guess he would be potentially up to Dr. Alucard, depending on how far he goes. So I am not seeing something, so maybe chat can help me eyeball this. We're gonna hide the search for now. Trim this a little bit. I'm looking for some number in this region change, but I wasn't seeing it. So from like here to here, I'm looking for where it becomes a number, like 1, 2, 3. Something has to change here. So we're gonna play Spot the Difference together, chat. Be our own little mini game. Also helps if I focus on the game when I do that. Try this. So it's off, it's on. It's off, it's on. The only thing I see different is this 3-2 ACO. I mean, it could be that one. So I'm not seeing any other number shift in the normal switch states. Maybe chat can correct me if I'm wrong. So, for example, this is the only thing I could even see vaguely happening. Is this thing. I don't know what this is. Let's try freezing it. Didn't seem to do anything. Is the wall actually there, or do I need to reload? No, so that's not it either. Okay. This is proving a bit more trickier than the other one. The other one wasn't too bad. This one is kind of a problem. Again, we're just gonna go... We'll just focus on like 4 rows at a time, right? So there's 4 ones there. If I swap it to here, are there a different number of ones? No. We're gonna go to the next 4. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 ones. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 ones. Nothing changed here. We're gonna look at these 4. Or 5, whatever. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ones. Yeah, see, I'm really not seeing any changes so far. Doesn't mean it's not here. I just don't see it. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are all ones. So 12, 14. That's not what I meant to do. I don't know where it loaded, but we broke the water. That's all that matters. 2, 4, 8, 12, 16. All those are still ones. We'll ignore the funky looking water. It's fine. All ones, all ones. So only 4 zeros. That's easier to count. I don't see a difference in these rows either. Right, chat? I'm not seeing a difference so far. This is the problem. This is... Sorry. This is not working. So 3... We got a 3, a 2, and 3 ones. Got a 3, a 2, and 3 ones. Uh-oh, chat. What am I missing? These are all zeros. Uh-oh. Did they do this wall differently, chat? Did they do it differently? Oh boy. It's gonna take a little while. Okay, well, I'm gonna give it about 10 minutes and then I'm gonna give up on it, and I'll do it on my own time. But this is what I'm talking about, where, like, the code is not consistent, even though there is something that behaves exactly the same way in the normal castle. It does not map it in the same area as the normal castle. So one thing I'm going to double check before we go any further. Am I looking at the wrong range? Which is possible. Let me just take a look. But we've concluded it is most definitely not there. Every shortcut that's listed so far is O3B. Oh, I don't see anything there. Those are all the known shortcuts. Not useful to us. We're gonna have to think outside the box again. We're gonna do a RAM search. We're gonna do new. Unless one of these is related. I mean, I guess I could freeze something in the ridiculous regions. We freeze these just if anything changes. Not like that. So I'm gonna freeze every single value that went to 1 that we saw from last time. We're just gonna enter and re-enter the room. Oh, we're in slow-mo. Oh, that's horrendous. That is horrendous. That still didn't open it. We destroyed the ceiling, though. So congratulations, us. Let's unfreeze these. Very curious, Chan. We're gonna go ahead and zip in one more time. We're gonna try one check. So we're going to play another game of Spot the Difference. Oh, I have RAM search open? Oh, I do. Put RAM search back up. Yeah, this one doesn't appear to play by the same rules. So we're gonna say 1 byte searches. Hopefully that wasn't what I did wrong last time. And then we're gonna say we're gonna flip between the 2 states. Getting the wrong button there. Sorry, Chan. We're gonna say not equal to the previous value. Should eliminate a lot of them. Oh gosh, the flickering. Oh. Please. Problem with this is like, and now to further eliminate it, I want it where it's equal to it because we haven't changed anything. We're doing this to eliminate timers and things of that nature. We have some things in the O3 region. We have O2Ds. I'm expecting it where the value is 1 or not equal to 1. So we'll compare. There's one where it becomes 220. If I freeze these values, let's say hypothetically, let's try these. Do any of these impact the other load? Or it won't freeze those. Nice. Oh, it did. I don't think any of those are applicable. But just to check, we'll leave the room and come back. Could do, like... do something like this. We'll try a greater than check. Oh, where it's greater than the previous value. Nothing is greater than the previous value? What? My mind is blown, chat. How does this work? What sorcery is this? It's not a switch? Why is this not a switch state? Or did they do something stupid where they inverted it? Like, see how this all has values? Don't tell me they did that. If they did, I'm gonna be very upset, chat, because it's gonna be forever to code it. These automatically reset to here. Yeah, they don't even let me update these, so these must be something you use to compile. We're gonna poke around for a second. That's stuck. Let's see if this did anything if we reset. Nope. We'll sort it by previous value, chat. We'll find it eventually. Oh, there's a 2D here. If we tried this one yet. Didn't like it. I could freeze it and come back, but I think this is the one where it didn't do anything when we did that. What a mystery, chat. Well, I thought we had a very easy clear to the end, but apparently this is gonna take more time. There's only one more thing I can do. That's to delete the wall. So, if we grab it in the log, does it move the wall at all? Yes, no. Find out together. Yeah, this one doesn't obey the other one, so we moved everything but the wall. Interesting, interesting. Well, anyway, chat, I think that'll be it for now. This is the only thing I wanted to check, but it is not straightforward. It's not in the normal number range. It's not setting something to 1. At least it doesn't appear to be. So we might have to do kind of a janky workaround. I think that'll be okay. So I'm not even sure where other switch states would be. I guess they could still be in the 03 region. So I'm gonna have to take a bit longer to go through it. Let's talk about how we feel the run went. So adventure mode, super long. Oh my gosh, chat, super long. So unfortunately the balance testing kind of took away from the seed time. I'm gonna go ahead and close Castlevania for now. But in terms of balance, I think I'll just make the changes right now, and then I'll push a build over to Calvicium, because he's been waiting very patiently. Let us go ahead and make some small updates, just so that he plays with the intended balance patch. So for the mid-air, I just want to see, when we restrict MP, like hearts only, what is the MP total I actually lock you at? I don't even remember. I want to say it was 4. It locks it at 7. Interesting. Okay, so then that won't cause any issues in the future. So for faceplant, also I should put in the code where faceplant is. That way I can go to it faster. We're gonna bump the initial cost to use from 4 to 5. So again, super minor change, not a big nerf. We're gonna go to sub-weapons. We are definitely nerfing the sub-weapons. I think the stopwatch one is fair. If anything, it's a little on the weak side, but it is just free damage. That's kind of whatever, honestly. It's just kind of a nice to have. But yeah, the other damage source is too much. I think what I'm gonna do is, will Brilliant Mail give the +10? Will Ring of Vlad give a 6? Will Fire Bat give 6 as well? I'll just reduce everything by a little bit. That way there's just less raw damage from it. So I think by the end that nerfs it by like 15 damage a hit, which is kind of significant if it double hits. And then most importantly, we're removing 10 flat damage. So that's a pretty big damage nerf. I feel like that's probably good enough for testing. That way it shouldn't just be like instant win. We still have a +10 damage bonus, and that's the Brilliant Mail, because that's how it worked previously, from my knowledge. So we still have 10, 6, 6, 3, 3, 3. Probably fair. Let's see. All I got to do is update the patch notes, and yeah, I'll be making a build. So how do I feel like the other things went? We still have some problem areas, but I didn't think I would resolve them by today, and I didn't, so kind of expectation there. Sub-weapons were a very unexpected bonus. So that is super nice to have. Super, super nice, chat. I think the price of the axes are fine, and we just got the regen relics kind of early. So if we scale the damage back just a little bit, I think it'll be a bit more fair. Especially 10 less starting damage, I think is pretty huge. Let alone the scaling damage losing, what is it, 18, 20 to 24 damage. So 24 damage from max level less. You're doing 48 less per axe at close range. I mean, that's a pretty significant nerf, like in the long run. So we'll see. I don't think it's over nerfed, but we'll find out, I guess, when people go to play it. So that's it for the changes for today. We basically made changes to Glide, and Glide seems to be behaving okay. I could make Glide cost like 1 MP, just so that something else burns your MP. I think that's fair, because right now L1, R1 burns it. Maybe for regular Glide, could make it cost something. This minus. The flake MP. Okay, so I'm just trying to. I'm working it out mentally. So it costs 3 MP when it triggers it. Oh yeah, it was never costing MP with how it was set. Okay. Could just make it cost more to glide. I think I could fix this kind of easily. Like if you just tap the button, I don't think it'll make it charge you anything. That'll be fair. Yeah, that should be fair. So we're gonna give it a very minor cost because you can only so it'll cost you 3 MP total. But if you only just do like a really quick tap, it shouldn't charge you. But if you hold it and it ends, it costs you. I feel like that's pretty fair. And that'll be the last balance change, I think, before it goes out. Just so, again, there's more things that use MP. But we'll kind of whittle it down over time. Oh, I forgot to put a... this of less than or 0. Yeah, and then I can make it cost. It goes through once, it charges you again. Yeah, that should be fairish. There. I'm just gonna make a small adjustment to the patch note to say glide costs more MP. And that's about it. Costs 6 MP. Max held. Less apt. Slash full duration not used. So I feel like there's something that should at least be draining your resource a little bit. I don't think it'll be too oppressive because you shouldn't be spamming glide that much. That's probably okay. Because if you're just running through and just building momentum, you're just literally overstocking. So that's probably okay. I'm going to make the build, and let's go ahead and upload this for the people that have been waiting. So, Calvicium, I'll probably message you when this is ready. But I think from the standpoint of the build being done, we have achieved almost every goal, except for that stupid final cavern area, which is going to take some time. So, thank you all for watching. It's been a super long stream. I'm very hungry. So, I'm going to go eat my lunch, and while eating my lunch, I'm going to be uploading the build. But hopefully you enjoyed seeing the changes to momentum. It is what it is. So Calvicium, expect it probably in the next 10 minutes. So if you want to go ahead and install it afterwards, just let me know. I might just give you the zip directly, because it's going to take a while to upload the core code to GitHub. So I might just reach out to you directly, Calvisium, and just give you the zip. But in any case, thank you all for joining, and I hope you have a good day or a good night, depending on the time zone.